What is up, everybody? Welcome, Truth and Transparency. Thank you for joining us. Idaho4 November MPD official work logs and a bunch more. I'm going to just start right away with the bang. Didn't want to make you guys wait for this one. Didn't want to make you wait for this one. Okay. This was printed, as you can see, 7/22/2026. That's when it was printed. Nobody had ever printed this before. 7/22/2026. Otherwise, it would have a different print date up there, and it would just be like recopying from whatever that date was. Here you go. These are the facts. On the night of the murders, at 1:43 and 52 seconds in the morning, Jacob Tisdall and Nate Rosendahl. This was a very difficult find as far as the number. We were able to find this number, this incident number, because when we finally were able to get the papers that where they had to report what they were doing that night and where they went and who they stopped with the plain clothes, we were able to get this number. This number, this CAD, belongs to a Nature Drugs, okay? 22M09895. Jacob Tisdall, Nate Rosendahl. Now what I also have here, and I'm going to show you, is the entire Moscow Police Department November 2022 scheduling, official scheduling. And when you go to 11/12, because it carries over, when you go to 11/12 and you look at who was patrolling that night and who was working, Casey Green, Jay Waters, Branson Stirk, Nate Rosendahl. That's it. Jacob Tisdall is not written on here. Normally what you will see is, because they were doing this party patrol and they were getting money from a grant, you cannot work a federal grant shift when you were on the schedule. It's a big no-no. So as you can see, Nate Rosendahl is on the schedule. You cannot work that, a plainclothes operation, while you're on the schedule. Nate Rosendahl on the schedule. He should not be doing plainclothes operation anything for time and a half. This probably has something to do with the fact that they tried to hide that after the fact and clipped Nate Rosendahl's name from what they provided to ODP. Now, this stop, 1:43, and the last radio out for it was 2:25. They're taking out these names and leaving them as initials. So you can see you have offender 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 people. Okay. Now, ready for this? What was in 2022 on 12/7, the Moscow Police Department comes out and they say, we are looking for people that were out driving around in a white or in a light colored Hyundai Elantra. We are looking for you guys to come forward. We think that you are witnesses to something that happened. Okay. Well, ready? This is controlled substance. They were charged with for substance possession, frequenting drugs, paraphernalia, all this shit right here. Now you get to the... Now please sit down. Please sit down. I don't want anyone to have a heart attack. Okay? Controlled substances, frequenting all this stuff. Here we go. Watch guard. Yes. On November 13th at about 1:43, I was working a plainclothes detail for minors in possession, consumption of alcohol, and other related alcohol or drug offenses on or near the University of Idaho campus. While patrolling in the area of 7th Street and Ash Street, I observed a running vehicle in the parking lot to the north of 7th Street and east of Ash. The vehicle was a silver 2013 Hyundai Elantra with 4 females inside. Oh my God! Excuse me? What? Yeah, I'll say that again for you. On the night of the murders, on November 13th, 2022, at about 1:43 in the morning, I was working a plainclothes detail for minors in possession, consumption of alcohol, and other related alcohol or drug offenses on or near the University of Idaho campus. While patrolling the area on 7th Street and Ash Street, I observed a running vehicle in the parking lot to the north of 7th Street and Ash Street. The vehicle was a silver 2013 Hyundai Elantra with 4 females inside. What's up, guys? Welcome to the Transparency. What's up, Mike Baker? I heard you're writing a book with our good old buddy over there, Idaho Statesman. Good luck on your guys' book. Yeah. The biggest boom. I mean, we keep bringing the booms here, but this is by far probably one of the biggest booms. Again, we're going to continue to read that. For those of you guys that need help here, this is a car that was full of drugs. 4 females, okay? 7th, West 7th and Elm Street, right by the sororities, okay? Jacob Tisdall, Nate Rosendahl. $143 to $225. What are they doing? Again, female, 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 female. We're going to get to it. Charged with controlled substance, possession of paraphernalia, controlled substance possession, using all this shit, okay? Controlled substance frequently. Silver, 2013 Hyundai Elantra vehicle history. Now, we have an issue. Okay. There we go, baby. Okay. Now, let's go back over here. DJ was cited for possession of marijuana and possession of paraphernalia. CT, VT, and ES were cited for frequenting drugs. We're still trying to figure out if they went with the last names first. Whatever. We'll get to that. Total property value. Damage, stolen. What? None. Thank God. All right. Well, again, the vehicle was a silver Hyundai Elantra with 4 females inside. You can't make this up. The night of the murders. Upon contact with the vehicle, I displayed my badge and identified myself as Moscow police. I contacted the 2 females on the driver's side of the vehicle, who I identified as, again, JD and CT. Officer Rosendahl contacted the other 2, who he identified as ES and VT. I learned all individuals were under 21. Upon contact, I detected the odor of marijuana coming from the vehicle. I also saw numerous alcohol containers scattered inside the vehicle. Officer Rosendahl advised me of 2 plastic cups which had spilled over. Officer Rosendahl learned the cups were being used as a homemade bong for marijuana. D admitted to marijuana being inside the vehicle and provided me with her bag containing marijuana and paraphernalia. D told me I could search the bag, where I found a grinder containing marijuana grind, using marijuana cigarettes and various paraphernalia. I asked D if there was any more marijuana in the vehicle. D told me there was more in the trunk. After searching the trunk, I discovered multiple alcoholic beverages which were unopened. I located more marijuana paraphernalia and marijuana edibles, along with 2 used THC vape cartridges. D told me all the marijuana-related items in the vehicle were hers. D also admitted to consuming alcohol earlier and using the homemade bong in the vehicle prior to our arrival. Officer Rosendahl advised me both S and T were aware of the marijuana being used in the vehicle while they were present. I spoke with T and advised her of her Miranda rights, which she understood. T told me she, D, and S had smoked marijuana while in the vehicle. Warnings were provided for the possession and consumption of alcohol. D poured the alcohol onto the ground. Warnings? What? T cited, and S cited were issued citations for frequenting drugs. D was issued a citation for possession of marijuana. That's it. Now, we have all the pictures. Get those. Okay. Again, I was expecting to see some of these pictures. These were taken like at the police department. So I want to get meta on these. Hang on one second. Girls didn't know they were real cops. Well, we're about to find out, aren't we? Let me pull up these other ones. Then we have... Okay. There she is. This is nuts. Okay. Okay, so here we go. We're going to print something really quick. I'm going to have to write down these initials. Okay. Again, this is the trunk. If you could not tell. This is the trunk. Look at how white that supposed silver vehicle looks. I cannot fucking believe that on the night of the murders, there is a car driving around, driving all over. 2013 Hyundai Elantra. All right, we got to take a look here. On the night of the fucking murders. Right here. They're calling it a silver 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Well, how do we know it's not white? Because we know how they do their reports. So if you go over here and you look and see when this was written. See? Report locked. We could not get this report. Watch guard event. Yes, there's body cam. Okay, so, Lana, what does this mean? Is there a plate number? Yes, there's a plate number. Right there, LA917JP. They ran the plate at 151. Okay. All right, I have to go back and look. Okay, right here. So look at this. 11/29/2022. This is unbelievable. Look at this. The day that they want to put this, Kate, that they want to say that they're going to take care of this, okay, on 11/29/2022, the same day that they allegedly find Brian Kohlberger, you know, over there, his plates were, you know, this occurred again. It was observed. So like they're saying that they're doing this plain clothes operation, except for Jacob or Nate Rosendahl isn't supposed to be doing plain clothes, but he really is. And so let me get this straight. What do you mean a car was just running in the parking lot? West 7th Street and Elm Street. And then you have, again, what do you guys think? I gotta go look at my other ones to see, are they putting the last name first or the first name first on these? Hold on, let me take a look at my incident reports. Jesus. These people are so screwed. Again, you cannot make this up. They have hid the fact that, look at this. A frickin', they're calling it a silver 2013 Hyundai Elantra. That is what was being driven around that night, the night of the murders, with, well, this supposedly has 4 girls in it. We'll have our, what do you call it? Look at, see this? See these dates here? They weren't giving anything to anybody. I cannot believe what, like, this is crazy to me. Again, the vehicle was a silver 2013 Hyundai Elantra. I question if it was silver right now, based off of the pictures. We have the back. That was not silver, it was white. I believe that it looks white. I showed you guys the picture of the trunk. Here it is again. I can't believe that nobody had to do like I don't know, like some type of a sobriety, like they're just chilling in the car. This is the trunk. That's the pictures from the trunk. The license plate and state combination could not be found. Holy shit. It was not called in. This was observed by Jacob Tisdall and Nate Rosendahl. Okay, like remember they're like creeping up on people. But now what you need to do is you need to take your timeline and you're going to add, because now we have Nate Rosendahl and Jacob Tisdall from these 2 points in time. So 143 to 225 doing this and on body cam. And they're doing this with a vehicle that's a 2013 Hyundai Elantra. So this car was just out driving around that night. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, now I'm going to show you guys. We're going to come back to that. I have a bunch of things. Okay. Now, let's see. Wait, let me see one more thing though. Okay. This was the incident was at West 7th Street and Elm Street. It was a controlled substance problem. At 1:43, officer requested a case report taken. And I'm going to show you guys the MJ edibles. Again, they basically confiscated this stuff, and we're going to try to see what time these pictures were taken. Because when you go and look at these pictures, like obviously they didn't do this in the field. But this is back at I can't believe that these people are just saying like, yeah, you can go. So like this is what happens is they get people like this all tied up and they charge them with stuff like this. And then to get them out of this situation, hey, where did you get those from? Who did you buy this stuff from? Hey, we will drop your charges, okay, if you do X, Y, and Z. This is how this happens. This is how girls become basically CIs without you, if you don't even want to use the word CI. Just letting you guys know. And so on the night of the murders, when everybody is saying there's a white Hyundai Elantra just driving around erratically, well, here's a 2013 Hyundai Elantra that was pulled over by the police, the plainclothes officers, at 1:43 until 2:25. Now, let's use Hector here. Let's see. Hector. Okay. This is the Moscow Police Department's, you know what? I'm going to put something light under there. Okay. All right, so this is what their schedule looks like. The master little schedule here. Moscow Police Department. So this is like the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Then 7th. Okay, so how they do their stuff is anybody that's on call that day, this is the first thing that you're going to see. And then your shifts. So administration. So normally, what it seems to me is, but Anthony Dollinger, James Fry, Tyson Barrett, Roger Lanier, and then this person's name was redacted. And the reason this person's name was redacted is because their name was not given out basically in any police report that's come out from this case. Okay? That's how I'm seeing it. But really, we're going to fight this because this should not be redacted at all. The reason for us asking for this, we want to know what the schedule was like in November, and we want to know how they documented who was working, when they were working, what does it look like, okay? Same thing that we did when we did the Washington State officers. Now, let's see. Okay. So for example, I went and grabbed a different incident report. Upon arrival, I saw, and it says Hunter Johnson, like that. So the first name's first, second. So those initials we're going to track as JD, CT, ES, and VT. All under 21. So those are the initials of the chicks. Okay. So going back over here. As you can see, John Lawrence, Danny Vargas, Lawrence Mowry, and Justin Dean. Okay. Where is Fox? F-O-X. And unless he's here, I was trying to look for this dude, Fox, who was responsible for doing some shit. Anyways, as you can see, Patrol, Dustin Blaker and Brett Payne are Patrol. Okay? And what I learned is that Moscow Police Department runs 12-hour shifts. They do 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and then 6 p. to 6 a. And then they have, you know, some shorter days that they rotate. Okay? And so I wanted to see how it was before the murders. And as you can see here, patrolling is Dustin Blaker and Brett Payne, 6 to 6. Jason House is a 6 to 6 a.m. Josh, 6 to 6. Then you have your night crew, which is David Hathaway, Josh, whatever the hell his last name is, Kenneth Patton, Elijah Flattery. Again, in the morning here, Shane, Ryan Snyder, Corbin Smith, Mitchell Nunes, Eric Warner's a nighttime guy. I'm sorry, Eric Warner's in the morning. Then you get Casey Green as the lead for like the patrol people at night. Oh, there's Nate. Short day there for Gunderson. Corbin Smith, Eric Warner, again, Casey, Nate. And then we're getting over here to the 4th. And then you have like a U of EW game. EWU, imagine that. Okay. And then I noticed that there's no administration working, like, and then patrol. Dustin Blaker, Brett Payne had a short day because they rotate him. And then you can see this, like, right here, Josh, 11 to 6. Jacob Tisdall, 6 to 6. See that? Jacob Tisdall, 6 to 6. Now, everything to do with services is redacted. It's like, what? We can't know because, like, it goes, so like this is still that same day. And then if you're training, so this Jordan Welch guy, he was training. Okay. And then now time off. The reason that you don't see Jacob Tisdall on the shift that, or on the schedule that day, he took off, looks like it was only from 6 to 8 though. Vacation time. They don't want to tell us who was on vacation. Okay. But again, this is still from like the 1, the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then this is here 7. So this means like it's the 7th of November. And again, on call. So again, they're redacting for us who is on vacation and who's sick. Floating holidays. Okay. Comp time off we get to know about. We don't know about vacation. Anyways. We get to the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th. Administration. Nope. Detectives. Look at. Nope. Going over here to the 11th, 12th, 13th. Patrol. Do you see how there's no like specialties listed? So on the 12th, where is our specialty listed that Jacob Tisdall is not even on the freaking calendar? You still mark it down, because guess how this happens? They still pay you. Moscow Police Department pays you, and then Moscow Police Department gets reimbursed from ODP. Okay? So on this day right here, the 12th, where's Jacob Tisdall? He's not on here, is he? Okay. Nate Rosendahl, he needs to be doing patrol. Regular patrol. You don't take away one of your guys and then you're down a man. That's not what you do. And it's specific. You cannot do this. You're not allowed to work any type of supplement income grant bullshit. Okay? It is part of the policy. Okay? So on the night of the murders, okay? So I don't understand why Steve Gonsalves is not suing the fuck out of Moscow Police Department. On the night of the murders, but there was a home football game. A home football game. This is how they were staffed. Shane Gunderson, Ryan Snyder, Mitchell Noonans, and Eric Warner from 6 to 6. 1, 2, 3, 4 fucking patrol people. There is nobody working for administration. There is nobody working in the detectives unit. Okay. Then, at night, Casey Green, Jay Waters, Branson Stirk, Nate Rosendahl. Jacob Tisdall is not even on the fucking schedule. Jacob Tisdall, you need to be on the schedule, because even if you're doing, like I said, this plainclothes bullshit, you still are on the schedule because they have to pay you. Moscow Police Department pays you. And then Moscow Police Department gets reimbursed for whatever it is that they're paying you. And for this, they're supposed to get paid time and a half plus benefits. Okay? So, on the night of the murders, when 4 people were murdered, okay, 4 people were murdered, Nate Rosendahl, against policy, against the ODP regulations to get this grant, federal money, you're not supposed to be, you cannot work your regular shift. And if you're going to sign up for overtime hours, it has to be a shift that you're not regularly working. Okay? So, what's going on here? 1, 2, 3, 4 people are regularly working at night with the way that they run things in Moscow. 1, 2, 3, 4. See? David Hathaway, Josh, Jacob Tisdall, Eli. Look at that shit. And then they cut him at 1 on the whatever day was it, on the 10th. But you see here, 1, 2, 3, 4. That means these dudes, that you're rolling with 4 people at night. Like, that's the normal thing that they're doing. Okay? So on the night of the murder, which was a Saturday night, a freaking home football game at 4, the last senior game, they're able to work the Moscow community with 4 officers. That's fucking wild. And really they did it with 1, 2, 3 because Nate Rosendahl was working a plainclothes operation with Jacob Tisdall. And Jacob Tisdall, again here, his name isn't even fucking on here. And they don't even put the fact that they're doing that. Like, and I'll show you why I know that they should be putting that down. For example, look at this shit. Somebody was working from fucking home. Whoever the fuck that was. You know, now, let me tell you something. When that call came in, and every single person in the morning at noon went to 1122 King Road, Shane Gunderson, Ryan Snyder, Corbin Smith, Mitchell Noonans. Who else went? Eric Warner. How the fuck? So right there, Eric, Mitch, Corbin, Ryan, Shane. Check. They sent every single person there. There was nobody else available to do anything during the time at 12 when the call came in. Every single person responded. Okay, ready? Now, on the 14th, Anthony Dollinger was on call just the entire week. He was just on call. Okay? Now, these are the shifts. Again, now we're back to administration. What I realized is that on the weekends, the people that are admins, administrative people, they don't work. Neither did the detectives. These detectives at Moscow Police Department, okay, your detective here, now, for the first time ever, Dustin Blaker and Payne, who you've seen, but they've been doing 6 a.m. to 6 p. patrol. On the 14th, Monday, Dustin Blaker, Lawrence Mowry, Brett Payne, John Lawrence, detectives. And I said to myself, wait a second. Danny Vargas was working. Danny Vargas went to the home and she interviewed Simon Garfunkel and the Moyer boys, okay? And so I went and I looked every time up until this date. Danny Vargas is a detective. On this date, Danny Vargas is down here and she's patrol 7 to 3. Shane Gunderson 6 to whatever time. Brandon, so you could see all this shit. But Danny isn't working patrol. She's out. She's at the house. She went to the house and then she went and was, like I said, she interviewed what's their names across the way. Anyways, then the 15th comes. See how you see like SWAT training and shit? Now on the 15th, it was like the 14th going into the 15th. So as you can see here, Jacob Tisdall's on the schedule down here. Jacob Tisdall, 6 to 6. And right after midnight, he decides he's going to write up his report and talk about what he was doing that night and how he was making those loops around the house. And that's report 10. in the Moscow Police Department supplementals. So he would have known, check this out, he would have known that he didn't make any loops when he was doing any of his pulling people over or stopping and all this stuff. Also, I believe that they have geolocation stuff that he could have looked at potentially his laptop and seen where his geolocations were. Because, I mean, WSU could do that, so I'm assuming that he could too. Because he would put his laptop in that, in that fusion. Anyways, so he writes up that very, very important report, which is report 10, where he is claiming the movements. He is claiming the movements of the white car making all the circles. So that's what he's doing on this night. And he has David Hathaway sign off on it. Then it's the 15th morning. And we have administrative now, Anthony Dollinger. He's also on call, though. James Fry, Tyson Barrett, Roger Lanier. Again, we just cannot know who this person is. And then detectives, we have Dustin Blaker. Now, this is how I know that they were making notes of things. Because here it is. Remember? Travel to Boise for interviews. He left on the 15th, but he didn't interview. This is really important. We need to ask him, why would you leave on the 15th to interview somebody? Who were you interviewing in Boise on the 15th? Again, I'm going to show you something. Look at his time. Dustin Blaker, 6 a.m, okay, until, 4? He travels to Boise for interviews. He stays there. You know how I know he stays there? Because he spends the night. Because what does he actually do on the 16th? He has to hop a flight and travel from Boise to Reno. Because he's about to interview Bethany on the 16th, and then it's Dylan on the 17th. Well, I want to really focus on the 15th here. And now I believe, I couldn't prove this before, but now I can prove, at least circumstantially, on the 15th, Blaker goes to Boise. Blaker goes to Boise. He does not conduct a single interview in Boise on the 15th. You can look through every single report. He does not interview anybody on the 15th. But he's in Boise. Is there a chance that he meets up with Gooch? They talk, hey, this is all the records from, Dylan's phones and Bethany's phones, but she's not going to do anything with Bethany. Or is there a chance that Blaker, off the record, when I say off the record, without being recorded, talked to Dylan Mortensen? There's more. Now, Blaker does not write up a report, like I said. You have, interviews, plural. Who did he interview in Boise? Plural. John Lawrence. Danny is now back to detective. Lawrence Mowry, Brett Payne, Justin Dean. Justin Dean's your drug one. Next day here on the 16th. Yeah, it's fine. We can go to the 16th. 16th. Right here, Dustin Blaker travels to Reno, Nevada, and back to Boise. And then what does he have to do on the 17th? He's got to, look at this, 5 a.m. to 9:30. Then actually on the 17th is when he interviews Dylan. And here he is. So if you look, Lawrence, Danny, Lawrence, or John, where is he at? Dustin Blaker. Interview in Boise and then travel back to Moscow. Yep. 10 a.m. to 11. What? You guys, Dylan's interview was way longer than 1 hour. Just letting you know that. John Lawrence, 7 until what, 5? 7 until what, Danny's working until 3. 7 to 3. Lawrence Mowry, 7 to 5. Brett Payne, 7:30 to 10 p.m. Justin Dean, 8 a.m. until 6 p.m. Dustin Blaker, 1 hour. Now, is this because if you mark anything more than that, you're going to have to pay? I mean, the dude is in Boise. Anyways. Now, patrol. Shane, Josh, all these people. Ryan, Corbin, blah, blah, blah. Short day, Casey Green covering crime scene following morning. That's going to be, if he had a body-worn camera, Casey Green on the 17th would be a good one to get. Casey Green likes to run his mouth. So, Nate Rosendahl. Look at him. Specialties. Services. We'll come back to that in a second. Now, again, that was the 17th. Now look at this. 18th, 19th, and 20th. Remember I made one of these for Blaker, and I was telling you guys, I was like, what the fuck was Blaker doing? Because he was never writing any reports. He wasn't, and he had nothing but time while he's up in these hotel rooms. So, administrative. Remember I told you people don't work Friday, Saturday, Sunday? Well, Anthony Dollinger. Detective. Just Brett Payne. This is on the 19th. Guess what starts happening on the 19th? Emails are going out between, with Pullman Police Department, and they're talking about pulling, in WSU, and pulling vehicles of interest. None of them have anything to do with an Elantra yet. Patrol, Eric, you know. Where's our boy Nate Rosendahl? Look at this. Nate Patrol. Nope. Nate Patrol. Nope. Nate Patrol. Nope. How many days off do you have in a row? Now, those days that we just went through, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. This is the services that I told you, that whatever the services stuff is, it's all services. It's all being redacted. Special event. Mitchell Noons. 6 to whatever time. Training. Post-training. Jonathan, SWAT training. Jordan. Sick. So all of that. Now, the 21st. As you can see, nobody's working. Now let's go back to it's the 21st. On call again, Dollinger. Okay. Now, this is when everybody, you can just fall over. Administration, again, just like they do before, they do administration, detectives, patrol, and services. Administration. James Fry, Tyson Barrett, Roger Lanier. And remember, we're not going to know who that person is because it's just too invasive. That's on the 21st. The patrolling people on the 21st. Dustin Blaker. Or I'm sorry, Shane Gunderson, Ryan, Corbin, Mitch, Eric, again, 3 people at night. 1, 2, 3. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning. And so I'm looking at this and I'm like, well, detectives, 1, 2, like they've never done that before. Because I was just trying to see like how much more they were working. From these numbers. Now, on the 22nd, what should happen here is good old Detective Blaker gets in his vehicle and he drives from Moscow to Boise, and then he hops a flight with Matt Gamet from Boise to Texas. Now, this is what Ann Taylor would have asked for. Okay? Like, God, I hope so. And what she would have seen here, just like the 22nd here, just like how when they're doing stuff, Blaker said, he went to go do those interviews. Look at what's missing on the 22nd. Detective Blaker. Nothing. Detective Dustin Blaker, what's he doing? Oh, he's just working from 6 until what the fuck's that? Wait, but I know on the 21st, on the 22nd, we know where he went, right? If you guys know this case, Dustin Blaker has to travel to Boise and has to get on a flight to take the, when did he take the sheath? The vial. Oh, yeah, Lena, that's right. The 22nd. Well, guess what? Not on the 21st and not on the 22nd does Dustin Blaker, or anybody for that matter who's doing this, remember, they were trying to hide the fact that they ever used IgG to Ann Taylor. Well, here's even more proof of that. So when Ann Taylor was like asking for stuff like this, if she did, which I think she did, I hope she did, she would have seen that, wow, just like when Dustin Blaker announced, like, just like they keep track of stuff when he went to Nevada and when he went to Boise for interviews. Why isn't there any notes about him going to fucking Texas? Again, so 21st, 22nd. Now, the 23rd. Administration, detectives. Again, where's Blaker flying back? Not here. It's not here. The only thing that's different here is that Dustin Blaker starting at 7. He, so like the 6 to, I don't know. And then we get to the infamous Thanksgiving Day. Now, on Thanksgiving, thank God, a friend of the channel, the interview room, Chris Dunna and his wife decided to get into a vehicle and drive over to Moscow for the day because they were just out that way. And I'm going to pull something up really quick. Okay. He wrote the report on 12/4/2022. At approximately 5 p.m. on 11/24, okay, I took the MPD school car a silver Ford Fusion, and drove the route of the suspect vehicle. Huh? I drove 2 separate routes in front of the camera located at Ridge Road. Once westbound on Lauder Ave, and then twice on Ridge Road, southbound and northbound. I advised the command post of the times of these runs and requested the video from the point of contact at blank Ridge Road in order to compare the color of the test vehicle to that of the suspect vehicle. Once I completed these runs, I drove to 1122 King Road and walked the route of Molly McMichael, stated that she took while on foot near the house on 11/13/2022. I also parked the MPD school car on Queen Road immediately to the east of 1122 King Road in order to observe the effects of the orange-tinted streetlights located in the area. The lights appeared to make the silver vehicle look tanner in color than it would under white streetlights. I also walked down and spoke to Officer Tisdall, who was providing scene security at this time. I spoke with Officer Tisdall for a moment and then began to walk back to my patrol vehicle. As I did so, I noticed a black glove laying in the parking lot approximately 25 feet from the front door. That is not where it was found. The glove was lying palm up, appeared to have been laying in the spot for a couple of days. It did not have any snow on it. I nudged the glove with my toe of my boot and found it was frozen to the ground. I asked Officer Tisdall for rubber gloves and his flashlight. And I said, why is he writing this up like this? And his flashlight, I said, oh my God, because if maybe he touched the flashlight, it would have had touch DNA. And if his DNA was ever to be like, hey, as a comparison, hey, we need this exemplar so we can do elimination rounds and shit like that, right? Again, just writing up this elaborate shit show right here, okay? Upon further examination, there appeared to be a dark fluid-like substance on the glove. This substance's color and consistency was consistent with dried blood. Officer Tisdall provided me with an evidence bag, and I collected the glove. Now, let's check out that work schedule. The 24th. Dun dun dun! Oopsie! Well, that's so funny. Well, let's just take a test here. So, 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock, Payne says he does this. 5 o'clock. Jacob Tisdall doesn't get to work until 6. I mean, how long do you think it took Payne to do all this? Oh, we did, didn't we? Holy shit, you gotta be shitting me. Okay, we have some news here. Oh my God, it's always something around these parts. No fucking way. That freaking car, that Elantra was purchased in October of 2022 in Garden City, Idaho. It was purchased. Oh my God. Then you got to be shitting me. And then it was salvaged on 11/26/2024. It was crushed Junk and Salvage Crush in fucking Portland, Oregon. Oh my god. What the fuck? Isn't that where that fucking car was smashed? I gotta do some more research on that. Oh my god. I cannot believe that this vehicle was purchased in October, the month of the murders, in October of 2022 by a private buyer in Garden City, Idaho. Oh, for fuck's sake. Then we have the 4 girls. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, no way. Josephine, Carly, Evelyn, and Victoria. All 4 were charged. All 4 charges dismissed on motion of prosecutor. Shut the fuck. I mean, we knew that was coming. JDCTESVT dismissed on 4/4/2023, 4/13/2023, 3/8/2023. VT's dismissal came on 1/13/2023. Oh my god. Josie's on a vacation far away. We have another Josie. Josephine. Oh my god. Dude, this is insane. Every single person that was given a citation on 11/12 or 11/13, just so you guys know, it was dismissed. There was not a single person that had to pay anything, had to do anything with anything that happened. I don't know if you guys know that. Jesus, it's always something. Okay, so okay. So on this Thanksgiving Day, ready for this? There's no way that I would love to ask Chris McDonough, who did you tell about the glove? Because Jacob Tisdale was not there yet. Jacob Tisdale did not go to work, okay, until, as you can see, 6 p.m. And Payne, I mean, I have no idea how long it would take him to do this, but anyways, just want to point that out. Now, nobody worked on the 24th, 25th, or 26th as far as administration. Not there. The detectives, John Lawrence, Brett Payne, Dustin Blaker, Danny Vargas. You guys see that? There was a quadruple homicide that took place here. And they're taking days off. I'm sorry, but like, I feel like I work 10-hour days, 12 hours, 14-hour days, like every fucking day of the week. So when they're talking about that everybody was working like crazy, that's not what it says on any of this stuff. Like, I went and got it for the purpose of this. I mean, how are you rolling? What's going on here? 24, 25, 26. On the 25th, they said they put the BOLO out there internally. 26, 27, nobody's working. Nobody's working. what's going on? Nobody's working. You guys see? I mean, I'm showing. Look at this shit. Where are all these detectives? Where is all that administration? What the hell's going on on November 24th, 25th? I mean, were they really on vacay? Because it was Thanksgiving, so they gave them the whole weekend off like that? I mean, or is someone going to say, like, we didn't, like, this isn't accurate? What do you mean this isn't accurate? I don't know. Like, where do we need to get other, I mean, what is this? I mean, Brett Payne just didn't work on the 25th, 26th, or 27th of November. And instead, like, Dollinger and Vargas here, these are really important days for Vargas. They're just on call. Well, that's funny, Vargas, on the 27th and 28th, and like you were like making phone calls to track down some stupid fucking camera. Now on the 28th, on call, Roger Lanier. It's his week, I guess. Administration: James Fry, Tyson Roger. Detectives: John Lawrence, Danny, Lawrence Mowry, Dustin Blaker, Brett Payne. 7 to 5, 7 to 5, 7 to 5, 8 to 6, 8 to 6. So there was just no detectives working. Who's the nighttime detectives at this shit show? I know in Columbus we have night detectives. This is crazy. I'm sorry, but this is fucking nuts. Then they have patrol. Now, I mean, maybe this just all went out, like, this is just not accurate because they were like, fuck this, we're just all working on the clock. Well, I want to show you guys something. So, I wanted to look for specialties that, you know, people can be doing, like, training-wise. And they found right here. Right before the homicides happened, on November 9th, this is what the training was that they were doing. Jordan Welch, he was doing his post shit, but Ryan Snyder was policing the teenage brain. What? Eric, policing the teenage brain. Nate, policing the teenage brain. Jacob Tisdall, cadet meeting. And I was like, this motherfucker ran the cadets. That's right. Cadet meeting and FTO meeting. So this is just ways that when I want to cross-reference or double-check my work, it's stuff like this that I use to say, okay, what the hell is policing the teenage brain? But Jacob Tisdall, running the cadets. Running the cadets. Then, I don't know how the fuck you work. Here we go. Then you have right here a cadet class. 6 to 9. Again, Jacob Tisdall. He's running the cadets. We should look up, see how much money Jacob Tisdall made in 2022. I mean, the dude's doing all this extra shit. So, you want to sit here and say how they didn't hide shit? Well, that's fine. You can continue to believe that. The biggest days of the investigation, in my opinion, they supposedly put a be on the lookout on the 25th. Nobody was working. 25th, day after Thanksgiving. That month, it was a total of 6,051 hours. But we know that this is not accurate because Jacob Tisdall's, the big thing here, right, that we got it for is to show that on the night of the murders, they, on the 12th, Jacob Tisdall, not even on the schedule. Again, you have to be on the schedule and then you just get reimbursed. Like, that's just the way it works. And they're just not doing anything by the book. They don't fucking do anything. They just do whatever the fuck they want. And they do whatever they want so much that they had to hide when they got caught. I would love to ask one of those girls if there was a drug dog that was sniffing around the trunk of the vehicle. Okay, now downloads. Hold on. There's more. Okay, so this is what they took out of the car. And they laid it all out, and this was the picture that they put. So think about this. Where did they store all this? Like, they're just like, here you go. Wait, what the fuck is that? They just weedology. What is this? Was what was in the silver Hyundai Elantra that was driving around campus that night with 4 girls in it at one point, but who knows? I mean, who knows whose vehicle this truly was? This one girl just said, "This is all mine." I mean, talk about a team player. She's just like, fuck this. This is all mine. I got you guys. Let me show you how, like, this works. Okay, girl. I see you. So Jacob Tisdall and Nate Rosendahl packed all this stuff up and put it in what? To put in the car. To then bring back to take pictures of. Like, when did this happen? When did they take this back? Because we have an issue, guys. Okay, like, how long did this take? When did they do this? You want to know why? Because this was cleared at 2:25. At 2:53, 2:51, my bad. They are in the White's parking lot. So we'll go back to, you remember when we're like looking in like the vehicle, when they're writing up the tickets and Banfield, you know, where is all this shit? I'm just saying, like, they want, like, this doesn't make, like, I have some questions. So, like, this is my question. First off, these females the vehicle was a 2013 silver Hyundai Elantra with 4 females inside. And it was just a running vehicle in the parking lot. Did they even bother running? Like, whose vehicle did it belong to? So, again, it was a drug. Nature was the drug call. 7th and Elm. They observed it. So the first radio call, 1:43 and 52 seconds, cleared at 2:25 and 18 seconds. That means you have from 2:26 until 2:50. Before you're back on cam. Again, all 3 people were charged, but then everything was dropped. Look at this. Silver. Vehicle history. Responding to Jacob, Nate. Call was changed. Incident. Arriving. There's your plate. Then there's complete. They locked the report. There is body cam. On November 13th at about 1:43 in the morning, I was working a plainclothes detail for minors in possession/consumption of alcohol and other related alcohol or drug offenses on or near the University of Idaho campus while patrolling the area of 7th Street and Ash Street. I observed a running vehicle in the parking lot to the north of 7th Street and east of Ash Street. I think it's a sorority. The vehicle was a silver 2013 Hyundai Elantra with 4 females inside. Upon contact of the vehicle, I displayed my badge and identified myself as Moscow Police. I contacted the 2 females on the driver's side of the vehicle, who I identified as Josie's on a duet. Yeah. And Officer Rosendahl contacted the other 2, who he identified as, I learned all individuals were under 21. Upon contact, I detected the odor of marijuana coming from the vehicle. I also saw numerous alcoholic containers scattered inside the vehicle. Officer Rosendahl advised me of 2 plastic cups which had spilled over. Officer Rosendahl learned the cups were being used as a homemade bong for marijuana. One of the girls admitted to me that marijuana was inside the vehicle and provided me with her bag containing marijuana and paraphernalia. Blank told me I could search the bag where I found a grinder containing marijuana grind, used marijuana cigarettes, and various paraphernalia. I asked this girl if there was any more marijuana in the vehicle. She told me that there was more in the trunk. After searching the trunk, I discovered multiple alcoholic beverages which were unopened. That's not true. There was opened stuff as well. I located more marijuana paraphernalia and marijuana edibles along with 2 used THC vape cartridges. This girl told me all the marijuana related items in the vehicle were hers. Everything was hers. Look at this. Everything is mine. This girl also admitted to consuming alcohol earlier and using the homemade bong. Officer Rosendahl advised me both of those other chicks were aware of the marijuana being used in the vehicle while they were present. I spoke with this person and advised her of her Miranda rights, which she understood. She told me this girl and this girl had smoked marijuana while in the vehicle. Now we got people ratting on each other. Warnings. Fucking warnings for the possession and consumption of alcohol. Why do you guys do this? This girl poured the alcohol onto the ground. But guess what? This girl and this girl and this girl were issued citations for frequenting drugs. What? The D girl, wait, what did she get? D girl was issued a citation for, possession of marijuana and possession of paraphernalia. Everything was dropped, though. Photos added. Follow-up needed. Undeveloped leads. What? Follow-up needed. Undeveloped. You guys, this is on the night of the murders. They're looking for a fucking Elantra. And we have one that's driving around, fucking getting high. Probably, who knows, maybe they drove and picked up some marijuana. I don't even know what they're doing. Let me take a look, though, at this Ash Street. This vehicle was just purchased in October of 2022 in Garden City, Idaho. 7th. Okay, 7th Street and Elm. Let's see. Oh God, this is right close to the, let's see. Here we go. Elmwood Apartments, potentially. Let's take a look. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Where's the... Let's take a look at the map. I'm going to share this with you guys. Okay. This will be really interesting. Okay. Okay, let's get a little closer here. Oh. Elm. Oh. Sure, let's go there. What's that? Campus Christian Center. What? That's not what I wanted. Oh, just go to that. Sixth. Right here. Sixth, okay. 6th and Elm. Oh my God, that's right. Elmwood Apartments. Between 7th and 6th. Yep, 7th and Elmwood Apartments. Kappa Alpha Theta. Yeah, there you go. That's what we're dealing with. There you go. Okay, so how the fuck did they, I mean, they were just chilling in their car getting high. We need to see this body cam. Oh my God. They tried to keep this body cam for, I just double checked the request. Yeah. Dash cam, body cam, all of the above. These fucking bastards. I'll be calling Moscow in the morning to raise holy fucking hell. Okay, so now, again, this was kept under wraps. Nobody was given this report. They just printed the report. They just, everything to do with this. 2013, the exact year that they were looking for. Silver Elantra. The car, like literally these dudes. Jacob Tisdall. And you're going to tell me not in their report anywhere after they be on the lookout for an Elantra, they don't remember like, oh my God, we stopped 4 girls that were in a 2013 Elantra the night of the murder. Are you kidding me? I can't even. Okay. Now, these people are sick. They're just bad also at their jobs, right? Next up. Okay, this is what I want to show you guys. I did a post today and I think people got confused. I know exactly who Nicholas Malwich is, okay? We put out the video, we put out all the pictures over here of that wreck. We tried to track down the person that called, 911 and why they were out driving around. We're still dealing with them to try to get the body-worn camera that night. That is not the person who I was asking about today in my post. Let me show you. I've got more. Okay, so this is the report. Okay. Now, see how it wasn't written up until 8/3/2023? But this is something that they did on November 18th, 2022. These are these fucks. They do that on purpose, okay? Because this is, when you want to talk about hiding shit, you don't want to turn things over. Okay. This report is from Idaho State Police. It's report 196. And this was wrote up way after. This is a November 18th ordeal. On November 18th, 2022, at approximately 6:23 p.m., Idaho State Police Detective Hugh Powell, and Idaho State Police Detective Jake Schwecke interviewed blank, who lives at blank, Moscow, Idaho. The interview was about the murder of Madison Mogen. We know all this, okay. The interview took place over the telephone. Okay. On November 18th, 2022, at approximately 6:23 p.m., over the telephone. Here's the information. This dude lives with his girlfriend, who is a blank. She went to bed early. So something that she does, she went to bed early. He stayed up until about 2:30 a.m. playing video games and working on homework, since he is an outlying blank at blank. After going to bed, he had been asleep for approximately an hour when he was awoken by a vehicle with loud exhaust speeding away down the street past his house. Now, we were able to get the name. We were able to get the name of this motherfucker thanks to Chris Whitcomb's book, Broken Plate. In his book, if you go to page 388, okay. If you go to page 388, oopsies. Okay, there you go. That is the spelling of this name. Okay? This is very important because this has everything to do with another. You have to combine 3 different reports to be able to get a full picture. And so what I went ahead and did is I went and took that name and pumped it into everything possible to see who the fuck is this person. Like, that name is nowhere to be found on Ann Taylor's witness list, and it would be somebody that you would 1000% have on the witness list, okay? And now let me go back. I just wanted you guys to see the spelling. And this is somebody that they're alleging lives at 1106. Okay. According to police, a neighbor named Nick Makowicz contacted them November 18th to report hearing the loud engine Sunday morning around 4:30. ISP Detective Hugh Powell documented the call in ISP Supplemental 196, noting that Makowicz lived at 1106 King Road, Powell wrote. After going to bed, he had been asleep for approximately an hour when he was awoken by a vehicle with loud exhaust speeding away down the street past his house. Now, where is 1106? 1106 is if you are coming into the neighborhood on King, it's going to be immediately on your left. That's where it looks to me, if you go and pull it up. Okay? And when this guy was interviewed, so we're going to bring everything kind of like full circle here. After going to bed, he assumed it was a white Audi that parks near his house quite frequently and has a loud aftermarket exhaust. That vehicle normally parks near the cul-de-sac on the end of King Road. He believed it would have occurred between 3 and 4:30 a.m. Look at this fucking window they try to put. I cannot wait to hear this interview. If they didn't record it, this is shit. But he was unsure since he didn't check the clock, obviously, right? Come on. After the vehicle traveled past his house, he believed the vehicle turned onto Taylor Ave, going east by the way of the sound of the vehicle was coming from. Really? We don't need to do any of that. At approximately 6:34 hours, we concluded the interview. You talked to him for 8-9 minutes. Look at that. Like, that's it. This little fucking blurb. Now look at how they try to hide this. They try to hide this by writing up this report on August the 3rd of 2023 to piecemeal this to fucking Ann Taylor and stuff it with other discovery. Okay, this is very, very important. Like, we got all these supplementals, like, here, 1 through however many. Okay, they were sending this shit to Ann Taylor, like, this is what they do, but this is normal. So this is a report that was the date's here. Why are you writing this up on August 3rd? Now, let me go back over here. Chapter 14, the most important chapter of the book. And I want to show you guys I'm going to remind you guys of this chapter. There is no way to properly analyze this case without addressing the issue of how the killer actually got to and escaped from the house. Based on widely available door camera video, we all know about the white 4-door sedan police have identified as an Elantra, the same year that the silver one was, and tied it to Brian Kober, but they never did. We know from the same video that the DoorDash driver, Molly McMichael, was there as well. She could be seen walking up and down Queen Road with a flashlight just minutes before the crimes, based on their timeline. And based on police reports, we know she claims a light-colored sedan drove next to her as she was walking. As Detective Payne wrote in LCPA Supplemental 157, documenting his November 23rd interview with McMichael, she writes all that shit now. Again, remember, it is a reoccurring theme here that the police in this case want to assign cars to people that they know are not their cars. Okay? So, Molly, he writes, during the time McMichael was in the area of King Road residence, the white Elantra can be seen via the 1112 King Road camera driving back and forth on Walenta Drive. And then enter the King Road, Queen Road loop at approximately 3:56 hours. That's right after the identity shit was all done over there with the sign guy. Just letting you know. The DoorDash driver said she first parked behind the house based on GPS, but then got out and walked around to the front trying to verify the address. For some reason, the police just did not trust her recollection, because McMichael said that she started to walk down the road, which runs north and south immediately to the east of the residence. McMichael stated a tan sedan drove next to her while she was walking. For some reason, the police just did not trust her recollection. At that point, McMichael pulled into the front parking lot before she dropped the order off. The Elantra pulled in behind McMichael's vehicle. This is what they're alleging. A gray Subaru Forester was McMichael's vehicle, and then exited the King Road at approximately 3:58 hours. McMichael did not mention seeing the white Elantra behind her at any time. Perhaps she did, but it appears that the police did not believe her. Subsequent investigation of video footage and cellular data show that the tan sedan McMichael saw was likely a light color SUV which left the area. That's what Brett Payne says. And just like they did before, they make shit up, right? Those who view the 1112 video for themselves will see that an unidentified SUV did enter and arrive at 3:46 and 7 seconds, but that is almost certainly McMichael arriving in her gray Forester. She can be seen walking with a flashlight at 3:51 and 42 seconds, time-stamping her presence in front of the house, and we can see from the video that no other vehicle drives down King Road until 3:53 and 38 seconds, when a light-colored sedan leaves via King Road towards Taylor. So it wasn't a vehicle that was, had come there and made a loop or anything like that. This is a person that came and walked from somewhere, got in a car that was back in the Queen Road area, back behind the house, got in their car, turned on the car, and drove out. According to Molly's story, it has to be SV1, no other choice. Right? But there's going to be a problem with it. And I think I figured it out. Now, so when a light colored sedan leaves King Road. Now, at 3:53 and 38 seconds, that's what happens. That vehicle leaves from being back there. Here, hold on. I'm going to share an Excel spreadsheet that has all this shit on it. That's not the video I want, so I'm just going to go back to this. Okay. So, at 3:56 and 24 seconds, a white sedan enters the neighborhood and passes king to queen out of sight, only to return at 3:58 and 19 seconds. McMichael's Subaru is seen leaving the area at 4 o'clock and 38 seconds, making it impossible that she saw an SUV. Why, one might ask, is this important? The single least debatable fact in this entire case is that a white four-door sedan traveled in and out of the neighborhood numerous times until 4:20 and 45 seconds, when it leaves at a high rate of speed and disappears southeast up Bolenta. Bill Thompson made it a part of his evidentiary testimony at Colbert's change of plea hearing. At approximately 4:20 that morning, he said, defendant's car is seen on a surveillance camera from 1112 King Road leaving the area at a high rate of speed. The evidence would show that following that, the defendant in his Elantra drove south of Moscow. We know that he drove on the back roads because there are surveillance cameras on the main highways, Highway 95, that would have picked up the defendant's car if he'd gone that route. What no one has yet publicly discovered, however, is that there is another vehicle that presents compelling questions about who might have gone in and out of that house Sunday morning. Oddly enough, this mystery starts with Dylan Mortensen. She told police she saw a dark truck passing the house just after the crimes. In order to place this vehicle in context, we need to return to her November 17, 2022 interview with Idaho State Police Detective Vicki Gooch and MSP Detective Dustin Blaker. And so that got me thinking, Dustin Blaker arrives a day before he has to interview her. Wow, does Dylan Mortensen just have a memory? Oh, I wanted to talk to you about that vehicle that I saw. This vehicle I saw just leaving. Though we have covered the written summary of this discussion, Idaho or ISP Supplemental 3, the author has obtained the actual audio recording, which had not been released to the public at the time of this writing. This interview was conducted at Mortensen's residence in Boise. Can you think of anything else right now, Gooch asks Dylan? No. Oh, so this is something else that I can remember. Cars do come by a lot, but I remember looking out the window. I just remember, I think it was a black truck. I don't remember. I don't know for sure, but like that is normal for cars to go by, but like I don't know if that could be something, just a car driving past our driveway. What time was that at, Gooch asks. That was right when I went down to see Bethany, so I don't know exactly when that was. Was it moving? Was it in movement? It was moving. It wasn't stopped at all. It was moving, and like people drive by our driveway, like around this side housing neighborhood a little bit. Like we hear cars go by all the time. That's not weird, but it was when I got into Bethany's room. I don't know why I looked out the window, but I saw a car drive by, and I believe it was I shouldn't say I believe because I don't know for sure, but I think it was a black truck. But I don't know for sure. It could have been, it was dark, and I just thought it was a black truck. As luck would have it, one can actually document her statement via the 1112 door cam recording. At 4:23 and 49 seconds, a dark full-size SUV passes in front of 1122 King Road with a distinctive audio signature caused by what appears to be a very loud exhaust. Unlike the white sedan, this dark SUV turns right onto Taylor instead of left on Walenta. We know this because of the dumpster video, which clearly shows it passing eastbound on Taylor at 4:25 and 17 seconds. Things start to get interesting, however, when the dark SUV, now this is where Chris Whitcomb has it mistaken, but it's still very relevant because things start to get interesting, however, when the dark SUV returns to King Road at 4:28 and 49 seconds. He thinks it's the same vehicle. We know it's the Ford Explorer. But let's just go with what he wants to say. However, when the dark SUV returns to King at 4:28 and 49 seconds, as documented by the 1112 camera, review of the dumpster video verifies it returning along Taylor Road, meaning it left the neighborhood just 5 minutes after the white Elantra, then returned, it wasn't 5 minutes, it was like 3, then returned about 4 minutes later. What really stands out, however, is a third set of images captured by widely known footage referred to as the Linda Lane video. This is the same camera police relied upon to document travel of the white Elantra before and after the crimes. Careful review of footage shows the boxy SUV parked nose in, facing the camera. At 4:23 and 17 seconds, an unidentified subject carrying a backpack. Okay, ready for this? Carrying a backpack can be seen walking from the direction of 1122 King Road across the parking lot towards the truck. They appear to open the tailgate of the SUV, which triggers the interior dome light, then climb in through the driver's side door. Ready? Remember the vehicle that Payne wants to say came and pulled in right behind Molly and then backed up and then left? I remember that there was a vehicle that was already back behind there that turned on and then just kind of came out. Jacob Tisdall wasn't on the wasn't working that night technically, as you guys saw. He was the one that was driving the Ford Fusion that night. He said, I was driving it the whole time. Nate Rosendahl is supposed to be working an actual clothed 6 to 6 p.m. to a.m. shift. I'm curious, since it was a plainclothes operation, what type of vehicles Jacob Tisdall and Nate Rosendahl drive. That they would potentially meet out in the field. Hey, here, just meet me up here. You know, this is where I'm going to be at, so meet me here. Instead of meeting at the police department, so that if we're doing an undercover operation type of thing, we, you know, you don't want to be coming like from, maybe he's supposed to be pretending to be like, he's just a student and he's hanging out and just going to parties. He's got his book bag on, shit like that. Just saying. Now, coming back to this, this is the same camera that police relied upon to document the travel of the white Elantra before and after the crimes. Careful review of the footage shows that the boxy SUV parked nose in, facing the camera, at 4:23 and 17 seconds. An unidentified subject carrying a backpack can be seen walking from the direction of 1122 King Road across the parking lot toward the truck. They appear to open the tailgate of the SUV, which triggers the interior dome light, then climb in through the driver's side door. Here is where things really start to get weird. The SUV leaves its parking spot, and the police erroneously need to label that and say, hey, this is this cat girl, which we know that it's not. The SUV leaves its parking spot near Linda Lane, passes down Queen, turns right on Taylor, and returns by the same route. Approximately 4 minutes later. Instead of returning to its original parking space, however, it stops in front of 1122 King Road. We know this because the Linda Lane video shows that it did not return, and the distinctive sound of its exhaust is recorded by the door cam at 1112. Based on the recording and the SUV's distinctive exhaust, it seems clear that the vehicle stops in front of 1122, idles there for about 30 seconds, then shuts down its engine. You can hear a door close. We just believe that this was the vehicle that left. The vehicle that comes back is the Explorer. According to police, a neighbor named Nick Makowicz, whatever you want to call it. Now, this is where, how the fuck could you fuck this up? According to police, a neighbor named Nick Makowicz contacted them on November 18th to report hearing the loud engine Sunday morning around 4:30. Idaho State Police Detective Hugh Powell documented the call in Idaho State Police Supplemental 196, noting that Makowicz lived at 1106 King Road. So, since Chris has all of these that are unredacted, okay, normally we get something filled out when we get it that it has the person's, like, look at this. Administrative information, summary narrative. Where the hell, okay, is the, when you're filling out these and you're filling them out properly, where is any of the information on this person? Like, you're talking to somebody, you're interviewing somebody. You're supposed to, we'll come back to that page. What page was it at? Like 530. Right here, suspect 1 or witness 1. It'll have the information. Where is that with this report? Right here. Administrative information. What the fuck? See that? At approximately, we concluded the interview. You did not record this interview, and we're supposed to believe that this is the name of this person and this is where they live at 1106 King. They interviewed blank, who lives at blank, Moscow, Idaho. This is wild. Now, So that's all unredacted for what comes, so he's able to know that name. And the name that it's spelling is Nick Makowicz. Now, unless this dude purposely fucked this up, I have looked, and I encourage you guys to look. Who has found out there a Nick Makowicz? Anybody? Nick Makowicz. Anybody? Anybody know? Anybody find that? Thank you, Kat. Hoffy, thank you so much. Crime and Cookies, thank you so much. The new Limbo Championship has been won. Hoffy's getting everybody green tonight. Thank you so much, Hoffy. Hello, Scott Green. New member, love it, Amy. Thank you so much, Amy. Welcome. You're going to love it here. Wanted, Nate Rosendahl, phone number for public restroom walls. Will call for a good time. You guys, anybody know this? You make my day so worthwhile, Lana. Bring it. Fuck yeah, we're bringing it. We're just asking simple questions here. Why we're hiding all these people. Atlanta, there's clicking noises, etc. Not from you. Oh, it is. Okay, so this Nick Makowicz. Anybody know? Now, how crazy is it that there is a Nicholas Mowich? Okay. And now this was done over the telephone. Over the telephone. On November 18th, Nicholas Mowich from Lewiston, okay? He's still alive. He doesn't die yet. On the 18th, he's still alive. Just saying. But the way that they're spelling this is N-I-C-K and then M-A-K-O-W-H-I-C-H. And they say that this person lives with his girlfriend. So I was telling you guys that, hey guys, they're saying this is a different person. Just so you know, like they're not trying to claim that. They're saying that this guy just talk about spelling and talk about names, like, wow. But this person, that's why I was trying to make it very, very clear that this is not the same dude. They're not claiming it's the same dude. But look at how they did this report. They didn't record the conversation. Mowich said he did not actually see the vehicle, but a different neighbor did. On February 16th, 2023, Detective Payne interviewed a man named Jeffrey Manning. He wrote in LCPA Supplemental 147. Manning started by stating he lived at 1868 Konstalga Road, Drive, whatever, in Moscow, and had called in a tip early on in the investigation about seeing a vehicle drive by his house at approximately 4:25 to 4:30 on the morning of November 13th. Manning told me he was out in front of his house at that time placing items into his recycling and trash bins. Now, is this a fucking troll or what? So Brian Colbert in the middle of the night is placing shit into his trash, separating shit, and here this dude, Jeffrey Manning, is fucking separating his trash. Like, who is trolling us? Manning told Payne he could not describe the vehicle other than its headlights, teardrop-shaped taillights, and unusually loud exhaust. Loud exhaust. So then I went ahead and I pulled up some shit, and you guys are gonna, I pulled up a map because I'm gonna show you. The vehicle that returns is the Ford Explorer. The vehicle that leaves, it travels up, and I believe it's gonna go East Slaughter, up, down, around, like you're gonna go up by Ridge Road and shit like that. And they're gonna make a right on Paradise, and they're gonna make a left on Sunny side, and then they're going to make it's Sunny side, then make a left on Consaga, and then that's how you would pass by this person's house. How many vehicles were they running that night? Anyways, Manning told Payne he could not describe the vehicle other than its headlights, teardrop-shaped taillights, and unusually loud exhaust. He believed it was an SUV. Payne reported the following. Manning also told me the vehicle was going faster than usual, but did not seem to be driving erratically or dangerously. Manning told me it was quite unusual for anyone to be driving in the area at that time, and said he had not seen many cars driving at that time since the morning of November 13th. Why is Detective Payne on February 16, 2023 talking to this person? February 2023. It seems that the police were not the only ones aware of this SUV. Manning stated he was contacted by someone from the Kootenai County Public Defender's Office who asked him about the dark SUV he caught on security camera, Payne wrote, adding that Manning did not have any surveillance footage to give them. Now, what was that number? 147. Let's take a look, see. Because Leslie Lehman dealt with this man. And the reason that there was a follow-up is because Leslie Lehman actually dealt with this man. Leslie Lehman, the fucking phone and camera hider. 147. Okay. Here it is. The conversation was not recorded. How fucking convenient, huh? These people are crazy. Leslie Lehman should be fired immediately. Here's the report. Okay. (2/17/2023). Now, the reason that happened is because Leslie Lehman turned over everything. And this dude, she's a fool. This broad's a fool. On February 16, 2023, I was notified by Sergeant Blaker that Jeffrey Manning had called requesting follow-up on a tip he provided during the investigation. Yeah, he provided it to Leslie fucking Lehman. Sergeant Blaker provided me with the phone number of blank. I called Manning at that number and spoke to him. The conversation was not recorded. Why, Payne? What the fuck did he say to you? This is no different than the fucking Drake Moore case, you guys. I'm telling you. These sons of bitches. Manning started by saying that he lived at blank in Moscow and had called in a tip early on in the investigation about seeing a vehicle drive by his house at approximately 4:25 to 4:30 on the morning of November 13th, 2022. Manning told me he was out in front of his house at that time, placing items into his recycling and trash bins. Manning stated he was wearing a headlamp at the time because it was dark and his front house lights were not on. Manning stated there was only one streetlight in the area at the corner of his property. Manning stated he had been in and out of his house several times. On the last of these times, he told me he heard a vehicle approaching his home from the north, heading towards West Palouse River Drive. Manning was adamant he could not swear to what type of vehicle he saw. However, he remembered seeing the headlights and taillights. Manning described the taillights as being a teardrop shaped and about waist high. The only thing he remembered about the headlights was that they were lower to the ground than the taillights. What? Manning also told me the vehicle was going faster than usual, but did not seem to be driving erratically or dangerously. Manning also told me he thought, at the time, the vehicle may have been a dark SUV, but based this only off the taillight height and the fact he could not see the vehicle itself due to lighting. I asked Manning if it was common for him to be out in the early hours of the morning. Manning stated he often walked his service dog or took his trash out at that time. Manning told me it was quite unusual for anyone to be driving in the area at that time, and said he had not seen many cars driving at that time since the morning of November 13th. Manning told me he spoke to an ISP investigator, Leslie motherfucking Lehman, bitch! Like I said, let me wait till I pull up that fucking bitch's report. We're going to go after that one. He was emailing with Leslie. And she called him and she recorded it. Maybe Payne didn't know about that though. Fuck you, bitches. We coming for that whole ass. This is why people will not talk to me about this case. Because they will look silly. Silly, I tell you. So here, right here, Manning told me he spoke to an ISP investigator during the investigation and told the investigator he thought the vehicle might have been a dark SUV based on the above information. However, Manning told me he has since tried to tell the color of other vehicles driving by his house when it was dark outside, and he has been unable to tell what color the vehicles are because of the poor lighting. We don't even know if that's true. Manning stated he was contacted by someone from the Kootenai County Public Defender's Office who asked him about the dark SUV he caught on security camera. Manning told me he did not have any video footage, nor was he certain the vehicle was an SUV or a sedan. Manning expressed several times the only thing he could attest to was the shape of the taillights he saw on the vehicle that night. Is that right? Wait for this. Fuck you, Payne. No, let's just go ahead and show you guys what Leslie Lehman did. Leslie Lehman. This would be report 101. Let's see which one we're on here. Leslie. Hey, girl. Remember me? Hey, Leslie. I think you should be fired. Leslie. Okay, what report is this? 97. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Leslie. Leslie Lehman. Look at this shit. 11/16/2022. Early on in the investigation. She's such a dumb bitch. She wrote the report date that when she reported writing this up at 11. She tried to write 11/16 here. She did not write this up until in February. Okay? In February. Now I'm going to show you how Payne gets screwed. See this approval date down here? 2/28/2023. That's how you know that it was just wrote up February 28th or just a couple days before that. Leslie, this is why she should get fired, just like all these fucking, like, they are so bad at their jobs. She calls this a running report. On November 16th, 2022, I, Idaho State Police Detective, responded to Moscow Police Department to assist with the investigation of the supplemental is a running report of several contacts I made while conducting this investigation, including the blank, and several citizens contacted during a canvass of this road, Conestoga, that road and that road and that road. Okay. Witness number 1, white male, age 58. On 12/16/2022. Witness number 2 on 11/19/2022. White male, 67. Witness number 3, white female, 42 on 11/16. Witness 4, individual, 52, white female. Okay. Then we get to, okay. On November 16th, I called the blank and the blank and spoke with who agreed to put a request out to the businesses in Moscow requesting video surveillance from the evening of November 12th into the morning. That's all she writes on that day. On November 19th, 2022, I spoke via telephone with the blank. Blank said he had already spoken to Moscow police regarding the homicides and said her center did not have a record of any of the homicide victims visiting her staff. Great. Trooper Kristen Noah and I canvassed a residential area of Conestoga. Boom, 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 boom. Homeowners who had cameras facing the roadway were met with and confirmed they had reviewed footage from November 12th and 13th and could not locate any vehicles due to the cameras not activating. I left blank, blah, 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 business card, blah, blah, blah. During my canvas right here, I met with blank at this Conestoga. Blank was in his driveway on November 13th between 4 and 5, working on a vehicle. Blank recalled seeing a dark, larger SUV southbound. Bitch. There you go. Leslie. Look at that. Look at that. Would you look at that? Would you look at that shit? Okay. Blank. Now look at this. This dude called me on December 16th and left a message reiterating witnessing the SUV. Like, why the fuck haven't you people called me? Hello? Emails exchanged with blank and the message left by blank were placed on a disc and given to the Moscow Police Department to attach to the case file under this supplemental. Ann Taylor never knew about it. Guess who else didn't know about it? Chris Wickham. This dude had been trying to get somebody the fuck out here. Okay? He has never been mistaken on what he saw. Then you got Payne, who goes out there to do what? Fluff up some stupid ass fucking report in February? Look at this. This report and all additional supplements now finalized completes my investigation I conducted as of February 10th, 2023 regarding this case. And her stupid ass didn't get it in on time. Didn't get it, she's a fucking idiot. Payne didn't even know this existed, I don't think. Because how could he? He went out to talk to homeboy here on February 16th. That report wasn't finished and signed off on until February 28th. And so here you have Payne, who like thinking that he can just do whatever the fuck he wants, right? Yeah, go ahead. Oh, I didn't record that conversation. That call just wasn't recorded. Are you shitting me? These people are liars. This is exactly what the fuck they did in Bonners Ferry. And it's disgusting. This is the SUV. This is the 4, but the way that it left, okay? It left by going Taylor, and then it comes back around and goes Taylor, and then makes a right to go like East Laud, and then makes a quick right on Ridge, goes up Ridge, makes a quick right onto Paradise, takes Paradise to Sunny to Sunset, and goes right down like that. And this guy, where he's located, I had to make sure that it would fit. He's located down enough where Sunny cuts across, just to make sure that like the path that I'm saying that you would have went, that this SUV could have gone, that is consistent with that. And if you guys want to see the path, I can show you. I can just bring up probably this again. Yeah, here, hold on one second. Okay. So where this dude lived, the guy that's where the guy lived, that's the Nick Makowicz dude. He's right over here where Taylor and King first meet, just like right up on the left. So now I believe that the SUV comes out, makes a right on Taylor, goes Taylor, and then here if you go off to this West Laud Ave, like this, and then you come Bridge Road, Paradise, Sunny, see this? Come Stagnant Drive. Goes like this. Down and around, out like this. And this is what brings you to the West Palouse River Drive. Okay. Okay. But I had to make sure it worked. And it works. Next. So, according to the police, that neighbor Nick, right, what he hears, then you have, now, Chris Whitcomb goes to the February 16th Detective Payne, totally doesn't even know about Leslie Lehman's stupid ass, okay? And then it says, and now here we have to find out why the Cooney County Public Defender's Office, they got in contact with him before February 28th. Or I should say, fuck that, before February 16th. That's wild. It seems that the police were not the only ones aware of the SUV. Manning stated he was contacted by someone from the Kootenai County Public Defender's Office who asked him about the dark SUV he caught on security camera. Payne wrote, adding that Manning did not have any surveillance footage to give them. Perhaps not, but fortunately, the camera at Linda Lane did. At 6:23 a.m., the mystery SUV returned to its original parking spot to the east of 1122 King Road near Linda Lane. It appears that the same person who entered the vehicle at 4:23 exits the driver side door with a backpack and walks west back toward 1122 King Road. For the record, this is the dark SUV with the same distinctive exhaust that is documented leaving and returning. Lana, read chat now. What do you want me to read? Perhaps not. What was I saying? Be quiet, Hoffy. Thanks. For the record, this is the dark SUV with the same exhaust that is documented leaving and returning approximately 4 minutes after the crimes by 3 witnesses and 3 separate cameras. This is the vehicle that left Linda Lane only to park for 2 hours in front of the crime scene and return to its original parking spot 2 hours later. Again, that's the only part that I would take out. The camera at 112 King Road provides no indication that the vehicle started or moved during that time. For those wondering what might have happened inside the house in the 8 hours after the crimes, who might have cleaned up the common areas of the second floor, and where all those blood-soaked materials might have gone, the dark SUV prompts compelling discussion. To this day, no one has identified the distinctive-looking vehicle with the easily identifiable exhaust. Why did someone walk out to it at 4:30 in the morning, but put something in the back and drive away, only to return 4 minutes later and park it in front of the house, only to repark it in its original spot 2 hours later? As with so many unanswered questions, now that Colbert has admitted to the crimes, no one seems to care. And ready? Everything is perfect except guess what? The 429 car that comes, that is the Explorer. And who was driving the Explorer? Poor Hoppy took a stray. Hoppy, now, what can I help you with? Yes. Yeah, I know the number. It should be good, right? Hanky Panky Mom. The YouTube channel name makes me cringe, but Pissy Pajama has great cleaned up audio. What the fuck? Okay. So, I want to know who is going to be the first to report this silver or white, potentially, Honda Elantra that just breaking right here. There you go. On the night of the murders, the vehicle was a silver 2013 Hyundai Elantra with 4 females inside at 1:43 until 2:25. Who were these girls? We know who these girls were. Who were they friends with? Who was driving? Who was going to talk about it? On the night of the fucking murders of 2013. It was bought. This car was bought in October of 2023. 2022. This is nuts. This is nuts. There was a drug running vehicle that night. There was a Hyundai Elantra. Come on. And they, I can't believe it. So how many people turned in this vehicle as a tip? What do you think? Are any of these girls on the witness list? What is going on? Yes, I'm live. This is wild. Wild shit. I'm walking outside right now to look at cars to see if I can tell what car they are. Who was the drug runner? Well, the female that claimed all the drugs. I'm messing about that. Why were these girls just, I mean, they were just sitting with the car on, getting high, running the vehicle. And then Moscow tries to tell us that there's no body cam. The fuck there ain't. There's body cam. From your trunk to ours. This is great. Okay, I have a surprise guest. I'm bringing on a surprise guest. Ready? I don't know if you guys are ready for this. Surprise guest away. Oh my God, we got it. Holy shit. This car was in a full-blown, my God. Oh, here we go. What is
here?
Yes, what is up, Ron?
Hi, Lana. How you doing?
I am good. Oh my God. You guys, it's Ron from Custody Queens.
You know what?
I'm
getting an echo.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I once
Disappointed. I think
Bernie's
hi. He said
he
we had a
said we had a
special
special guest
guest
coming in, and
everyone was saying,
no,
"No,
I hope it's
Lana."
Lana.
But it was
But
me.
it was me.
I fucking love Bernie. Did you guys have fun over there?
Oh yeah,
Lots of fun. We love Bernie.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah.
Can you believe this? The night of the murders, we found a freaking 2013 Hyundai Elantra silver.
Can I believe it?
Yeah.
They're all
over the place.
Yeah. I can't. I mean, I'm just like, this is wild. What were you guys chatting about over there?
What were we?
Yeah.
Today?
Mm-hmm.
The petition that Coburn filed.
What do you think?
And
it just solidified in my mind that I think he's not guilty, and that there were some serious issues with Ann Taylor.
Yeah, plenty of it. Do you think that what is Colbert going to have to do to prove that he's not lying about? Clearly, something went fucking wild at that, like, their discussions.
Yeah. Well, a lot of what we already kind of talked with Chris Whitcomb and Dr. Turvey about, it did sound like there was some tension there and some things going on, and it certainly sounded like Dr. Turvey didn't really approve of how she was handling it, and so it doesn't shock me that maybe he wasn't given all the information that there was.
What do you think about, like, Okay, so Ann Taylor says 2 weeks before this ever happens, like, I need more time. I can't effectively represent him, right? And so she's saying that she doesn't have everything. Then 2 weeks later, she says, when he asks her in the plea, change of plea, he asked her questions too. And he asked her specifically about, you were able to go through all the discovery, right? And she said yes, right?
Yep.
And that's a lie.
Yep. That's a lie. And Turvey said they never had a chance to go through that last bunch that was dumped on them. I think it was thousands of files. And so I don't think Turvey said he never saw them. So I don't think Ann Taylor even had a chance to go through them. She said what she had to say in order for the plea to get by the judge.
Yeah, so that's exactly what Culver did, because he was told, hey, they're going to ask you all these questions and you have to say boom, 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 boom. So, I mean, can't he use that to say, look, my own lawyer lied. So if you don't think that it's possible that she's telling me to lie, she lied to you guys because she just told you 2 weeks before that she has all this stuff to still go through. Now, you think she just Supermaned it?
No, it sounds like she was scared to go to trial for some reason, and because they were going. I mean, Turvey had dropped off clothes. They'd already set up where they were going to stay, and she was complaining about not having the documents, but then all of a sudden there's the plea, and she's saying, "Oh yeah, I did have time to review everything." I kind I kind of wish the judge would have been a little, I guess, more skeptical about it than he was, and I really wish he would have required Brian to allocute and give at least a little bit more factual information. But you knew that wasn't going to happen, because if he were to have to do that, the plea wouldn't have happened.
So do you think that he could use that as to say, like, why do you think that we did that? Like, okay, so here, let me play like let me ask you this question. Okay, there were 3 lawyers. Well, 4 if you count Jay. Which does he count? Was he still on, or was he off at that point?
I don't
I don't know.
Okay, so they had the 3. Okay, the 3 girls. So my question is this: all of them signed the plea deal, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so is it possible that one of them, because I mean it's Brian's 3 verse 1, even if he had his parents that were like, this is not how it happened at all, this is what was said or whatever, do you think there's any chance at all that any of these people, with the potentiality of maybe like a Bicca Barlow saying, hey, I was there and this is actually how it went down and Brian's not lying?
That's a great question. I don't think we've thought about that or talked about that. I know we've talked about, I would guess Turvey's going to be involved in this somehow, that Brian might call him or Brian's attorney. But would the other attorneys, the question is, would they be willing to throw Ann Taylor under the bus um, to save themselves? Possibly. That's going to be a really interesting thing to see then, is if any of the co-counsel uh, are required to testify in this.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't understand what people don't get though. If the man, I don't care how many times you ask me a question, if like, you can ask me 15 times, you can ask me 1 time, it doesn't matter. If I was told to lie, I'm lying, right? Like, it doesn't matter, well, I asked you these, all these different ways and blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, I was told that was all coming and I had to say yes to this and da, 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 da. And it was like, I've always maintained my innocence. We spent all this money. We have all these reports, we're going to trial. And so the thing is that not only was he maintaining his innocence, Ann Taylor. Ann Taylor was telling freaking experts that that he was innocent, and she believed in his innocence, and like, so Ann Taylor, unless he confessed to you, okay, I mean, you went out there and said that he's always claimed that all this money spent, and then all of a sudden, boom, you're telling him to take a plea deal. Explain why.
Yeah, that 360 or 180, sorry, 360 would be going back. That 180 is really curious to me with where they were, and all of a sudden, you've got the plea. Something happened. I'm gonna guess, and I don't know. This is just me guessing based on all the discussions I've had. I I think Cy Ray's involvement is a little stronger, or a little a little higher than we all realize, and I'm wondering if some of his thoughts and feelings on this kind of bled over to her. There certainly ended up being a big rift between her and Dr. Turvey, who supposedly was one of her top experts. I mean, he's the crime scene expert.
Well, have you ever heard this before, Ron, where you have experts and then you bring them on in like investigator roles? Like, I know that she brought on Cyray in that role. Like, he was not just a cell phone person. Like, was she consulting with him on stuff, and he was the one that was going through in the beginning and saying, yes, that's, yep, that looks normal, that looks normal, that looks normal. Because what it looks like to me is that somebody like that was doing stuff, okay? And, I'm a very meticulous look at everything. Like, I'm not going to miss anything. And in this case, the timeline to me has always been really fucked up. Really, like, it doesn't jive with, okay, hey, we're going to go off of a text message or a phone call that happened. And then when the girls then wait 9 hours after that, it's almost like it's too set up. It reminds me of the Moore case. But with that said, that it's like somebody went and was her checks and balances, and then Turvey comes along and he didn't realize who her checks and balances were. And when he comes in and he's looking at stuff, he's like, wait a second, wanting to go back to the beginning, because like anybody would, like, I need all this stuff so I can look at the beginning. And it's like, hey, and then I'm reading these reports, it's like, hey, did you ever talk to this person? And it's like, no, we never thought those people were relevant or important or whatever. And it's like, he's like, who, what? So do you get what I'm trying to say? That it was like,
Yeah.
whereas Turvey did not know whoever's spot he was blowing up. Does that make sense? Like, because he didn't know that Cyray did that. Let's just like say that hypothetically speaking, like that's if Cyray was the one that was her, like, she consulted with, right?
Yeah. Well, there was actually another expert who was doing the cell tower stuff. And I keep forgetting his name because I'm horrible with names. But Kristen would know. And he apparently got the CAF stuff from FBI, and he contacted Cy Ray because he had taken one of Cy Ray's courses about that stuff, and Cy Ray was the acknowledged expert in that area. That absolutely. So Cy Ray agreed to just kind of look at it as just a second set of eyes. And the way he describes it, he saw huge issues and huge what looked like mistakes that he later was convinced was intentional misconduct by the FBI, and he kind of stayed on in a bigger role. He said he wasn't even paid for this. I think that may have something to do with the non-compete agreement he signed when he sold his company, more so than anything. But he was not a paid expert. The other guy was, and he just kind of stayed on, and apparently his role grew. Um, he kept talking about how he had been to the house. Well, he was there doing specific cell tower stuff. He wasn't really inspecting it as a crime scene. So I don't know how much of his opinions in the other areas, because he was a past crime scene investigator, so he does have experience in that. But I don't know how much she really asked him to do in that, or how much he uh, kind of could have bulldozed his way on. I don't know. That it may become clearer as we go through this petition process and start learning about what was happening in that week before the plea, because I think a lot of what's going to come out in this, if there is a hearing, is going to be focused on that week before the plea.
Yeah, and what I was told is that, basically, if you go the route of absolute innocence, then you're bringing in like conspiracy stuff. But if you're going the route of what Cyree and how he wants to go, it's, so if you go that route, you're going Dr. Turvey's route. And if you go Cyree's route, it's like, this is all procedural, legal, like, avenues that you just need to, like, and I'm over here thinking, why wouldn't it be both? Because there's all these, you're going to be able to upend the police and at every level. Fed, Idaho State Police, Moscow Police, they suck. And you're going to be able to show how bad they are at their job. And you're going to show it with WSU, all this shit. But why can't two things be happening? Like, why can't it be that they sucked so bad, okay, that they didn't even get the foundation of this crime of the time down, okay? And because we can show that, because they can't show the work that they did it. Right. Otherwise it would be in reports.
Yeah.
It's just like, that's what I was like going and harping with Cyree about. I'm like, dude, the movements of these cell phones. I said, I'm not asking for GPS locations. I'm simply asking for the steps of the cell phones. And I'm not asking for wearables. I just want to know, like, everybody has their phones. I want to know the steps that are on here. We're not trying to even say like that, because we can't necessarily prove who's the person, right, that's moving it. But I want to know the last time that Kaylee's phone took any movement, like took any steps. Same thing with Maddie. Same thing with Ethan. You want to look at all the different gapping and stuff. And I was just like that didn't even happen. Like the state didn't do that. Same thing with the surviving roommates. And I said, why are we so all about the fact that this happened at the time that y'all are saying? Based off of what?
Yeah, and I know that we kind of question him a bit about some of that stuff. There really is a lack of, I guess, any analysis of a lot of that stuff. And I think even the materials he got was, there was some missing documents and a lot of missing stuff. Um, so I think there's a lot more there that was not analyzed, and I don't know whether it is incompetence or intentional to make it difficult for the defense, or just them not wanting, the FBI not wanting to create exculpatory evidence for Brian.
Yeah, and then I mean, I think the other thing is like, let's call also a spade with this part, which is the FBI was interested in two phones, one which was identified as Molly McMichael's.
Yeah.
We don't know who the other one is, and y'all didn't press on that. Like, why were they interested in that, and who is this other person, and what type of phone is it? A phone? Because that's when Cyree's talking about, it could be a phone, it could be a tablet, it could be a freaking refrigerator, it could be because new refrigerators have whatever. Listen, what you're doing right here is this, and I just need you to answer how come it wouldn't be important for you guys? If you know that the FBI is not interested in it, maybe it would be interesting to you guys, though, because they're not interested because it doesn't fit their narrative. And he's like, to this day, we don't know who it is. And I'm like, why didn't you guys figure that out? Did you not have the capability to do that?
Yeah. And a lot of what we got from them was they just didn't have all the information. And I don't, that was just a shoddy job. And honestly, that sort of analysis that I know you love, that's way beyond my attention span. So I have a hard time following all that. And I'm not even sure because it seems my understanding is those two phones came up. They were part of the geofence. So I'm guessing what they did, and I think we were going to try to go into this a little bit with Cyray, but we were kind of running out of time. But in the other experts report, there was the geofence report where I guess they got all the phones, all the devices that pinged in that area during certain amounts of time. And I guess it was of those, there were two that were of interest to them. One was Molly, whatever, McMichael or Michael, and the other is the one they don't know. Is that your understanding too?
Correct.
Yeah.
My other thing that I was going to ask you was, does it not seem to you like they were just, but I mean, I saw Ann Taylor fight back on what I thought that she was fighting back on, like, what I thought was the time of the crime, because she was like, she didn't want certain things to be used in this trial versus at the, grand jury where a lot more hearsay can come in, blah, blah, blah. But, I just want to know what other evidence is out there that supports, because if Bethany is calling Dylan first, Dylan didn't alert Bethany to anything. And at the point of 419, if you put that on a timeline, 419 is really, really important because you need to be seeing this person that you're claiming is in a mask and everything like that really, really soon, because they have to be supposedly in a white car driving away at 420 and some change, right?
Yep.
And they have to be able to go outside and do whatever, blah, blah. And I'm just like, the narrative completely blows up when the narrative basically blows up when you have Bethany being the first caller.
Yeah. Any narrative that requires you to believe anything that Dylan said, and to some extent, because Bethany goes along with it, Bethany, but really anything that requires you to believe Dylan, I think is just not credible. And the states, if you take Dylan at her word and then recognize all that she lied about, what she was really doing past that time, I don't see how you can look at Brian and say, this was Brian, because there's something else. Everything that comes out of this, all of the evidence should either be irrelevant to the case or should start supporting the state's case. And that's never happened. We've never gotten anything come out of the FOIA requests or anything as evidence is coming out. Nothing has supported the state's case. It's always served to cast more doubt on it. And I think that's why we're focusing on this timeline. And that's why I think the issue of the cleanup is so important, because we've got the timeline now to a point where if the killer took time to clean up, it could not have happened in that time range that law enforcement is saying. That just blows up the whole thing against Brian. And that even casts doubt on the DNA evidence that they claim to have.
And so, like, well, here, are you aware that on the night of the murders, there was a white or a silver 2013 Hyundai Elantra with 4 females in it between 1:43 and 2:25, where the undercovers did basically a drug raid of it?
I heard you talking earlier a little bit about the silver car. I listened. I had to do some other stuff.
Okay, well,
I was listening to some of that about the silver car.
Can you believe this, though?
Can I believe? Can I believe that there's stuff there that just doesn't fit their narrative? Yep.
How are we just finding out about this in 2026?
Gag order.
Do you think? But did Ann? You don't understand. This wasn't in the discovery. Do you think Ann Taylor had this?
I suspect because of the sheer amount of files that she had, that she did have it in there. Did she have and did she take the opportunity to adequately analyze and review and appreciate what it all meant? I don't know. One of the guys, I can't remember if it was Turvey or Whitcomb or what, but basically said that Anne wasn't accepting help that she probably should have to deal with all this stuff, and that's part of her problem.
So she was like, I needed to control it. Like, I need to be in control of all of this. Like, is that how she always is in cases?
That I don't know. I don't think she ever really had a case like this though.
Yeah, yeah.
But when you couple that with what we've been hearing about the amount of money that was spent, $5.5 million to the prosecution or to the defense, versus three. I mean, it was 8.5 total. Three that the prosecution spent, by the way. So where was that going? We got Cyree working for free. Turvey came on a bit. I can't imagine he took, he was paid a ton. What was she doing? And she's sure fighting hard right now to keep her billing records secret.
Yeah, I mean, $5 million. I think that should have to be justified in terms of how do you go that long and do all of this, spend all of the taxpayers' money in Idaho, right? To then think that you're going to pull this last minute. The only person that this benefited, in my opinion, is Ann Taylor, who made a shit ton of money. What's her name made a shit ton of money. All these lawyers made a shit ton of money, and you got both parties agreeing to a plea deal with the devil, essentially, according to them. You know what I mean? And it's like, wait, why? If the state's case is so strong, why are you even offering this man a fucking plea deal, right? And then why, if this man is saying that, he's innocent and he's clearly always maintained that, and then these lawyers are even saying that he's innocent, and it's like nobody wants to ask themselves a true question here, which is, why did Brian Kohlberger take a plea deal? Like, that's a legit question. And when he types and writes up, or I should say not types, but when he writes up this shit, it's like, why aren't we listening? Why aren't you guys believing what he's saying? That actually makes sense with with what was happening in this case. Like, they were going to trial. And then something clearly happens, and Brian basically whistle blows on it. Is there any way that Brian could be considered a whistleblower because the government was actually paying for his, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's whistleblowing on Ann Taylor in what they just did here.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I would consider him a whistleblower. I think he's a victim of something that went wrong, and I think a lot of things went wrong. But I go back to that $5.5 million. I mean, I have an inkling of how much work that would take for some California lawyers I know to bill that much, and for an Idaho, criminal defense attorney, I don't know. I mean, you just look. It was 3 million for the prosecution, and they had how many people did they have working on that? But then I'm hearing then on the other hand, I'm hearing some of the experts related to the defense talk about how things were kind of compartmentalized a little bit, and that Ann Taylor was taking on too much herself, that she was not getting the help, accepting the help that she needed. So I don't know. There is a big disconnect there, and I can't imagine that she's feeling very comfortable right now.
So let me ask you a question with how this would play out. Let's say that Brian Kohlberger gets a hearing and he gets appointed counsel, okay? Can at this hearing, can Brian Kober waive client attorney privilege as a limited thing just about this situation, or how would that work for waiving client attorney privilege?
Yeah, you can waive attorney-client privilege as to specific relevant material areas. If it's for the limited purpose of addressing the discussions regarding the plea agreement, yeah, he can do that, and that would still protect uh, other, other attorney-client privileged information. You do sometimes have to be careful, and there is some room there for a judge to say, "Oh, you opened the door to this other area." But that can be a bit subjective. But yeah, there would be a limited attorney-client privilege waiver, and that's why I would want him to have an attorney be very careful as they draft any affidavits. And I'm glad that what Brian filed was exactly what it was and no more.
So I guess my next question would be is if Brian has maintained his innocence this entire time, okay? And I mean, I don't believe that Brian has ever sat down and, confessed to Ann Taylor or anything like that. And so with that said, is it something that Brian's even like thinking to himself, like, I haven't even said anything, so I want to waive it all the way because what they more like were doing and saying to me needs to come out because he's talking about the criminal representation. Can he bring up different instances like, for example, not appealing, let's say, well, okay, for the continuation, right when Hitler did not allow the continuation that she asked for, why didn't Ann Taylor move to either appeal that or withdraw? Because that would be in the Brian Kober's best interest, which automatically gets him how much time. I mean, I guess, does the judge have to let that withdrawal happen? Like, how does that, how would that have happened if she would have said, well, then I have no choice but to withdraw?
Um, an attorney or a judge can tell an attorney, nope, you can't withdraw when it would affect trial and you're close to trial. So she doesn't have, she probably wouldn't be able to do that. He could probably kind of leverage it into a waiver of a speedy trial. And I think that was a big issue they were dealing with, because once he waives the speedy trial, then you waive a speedy trial, and the prosecution can drag it out and drag it out and drag it out.
So, and then what about in terms of like, I guess everything's going your way in Latah County, and Ann Taylor wants to move it. I mean, so it's just going to be down to like this plea. Do you think that he's going to bring up other situations? I'm just curious of your thoughts or is it just going to be about this plea?
I think it's going to be focused on the plea, though some of the things that Dr. Turvey talked about have kind of raised some concern in my mind, such as how he discovered the chain of custody issue with the knife sheath, and then said, we need to look at the chain of custody for everything else. And this was the week before the plea deal. So I don't know what was going on with uh, what she was having them do, allowing them to do. I get the impression that Dr. Turvey kind of said at one point, finally, I need to go. I need to see the evidence, the place where they're keeping the warehouse or whatever, where they're, for instance, keeping the bed frame. Um, it was very, very curious to me that Brian specifically brought up that hair in Ethan's hand and indicated that he was never told that. I don't remember exactly when it was that Turvey had seen that. It
December
was
10th,
was it
2020,
December 10th? So
2024.
yeah, it was a number of months before the plea deal, and yet Brian didn't know about it.
Yeah, 1000. And, you just mentioned a really good point there, which was the chain of custody. So if Turvey something that I think about, because I don't trust people. You have to earn my trust. And so do you think that there's any and all chance that Ann Taylor was like, holy shit, he's going to find something that she already maybe knew existed and was like, fuck, like, I mean, do you think Ann Taylor was on the up and up?
No, I don't know exactly how she wasn't, but I've had doubts about her actions, especially towards the end of this whole time. I just don't know exactly what it is, but the fact that Turvey found the hair in December, and then in what was it, June, July, when they made the plea deal, Brian never heard about it, and it looks like he never heard about it until Broken Plea came out.
So you think so you think that's the so you think he had no idea that there was hair in Ethan's hand? So you're saying that he wouldn't have read like what report was that in? That was in like, so you don't think that he ever read the expert reports of his own experts?
I don't know, because Turvey's report has not been has not been released, or at least when I was looking for it. And believe me, I asked him if he'd give it to me, and he just gave me a flat no. Because
It's out now.
is it out now? So I don't know necessarily what was in that, but
I'll send it to you.
okay, oh, awesome, great, thank you. But I know that it was described in other reports as debris. Now, I think it's in the autopsy report, there is a report of a single strand of hair being found in Ethan's hand, and I think it was his right hand, which they said matched him, I believe. Um, that's what Cy was referring to when he talked about the hair and kind of laughed about that. I don't even know if Sly knew about Turvey going down to the evidence locker or evidence warehouse and seeing it on the bed frame, because what Turvey's talking about is totally different from the report of one hair that's in the autopsy report. So I have to believe, based on what Brian wrote in that handwritten thing that he filed, that he had no idea that the debris that was described as being in the bed frame was hair that was then tested and did not match him. And Turvey very specifically said he never talked directly to Brian, and I think that's a good strategy for him. But what that meant is everything that went to Brian was filtered through Ann Taylor. And so now we're hearing from Brian that Ann Taylor never told him something that Turvey told her months before the plea deal. So that just raises the question, what else wasn't he told?
Well, does it also raise the question then, because was it in his report, or did he not know about this until that he had already wrote his report?
I think it may have been after his report. And I can't remember, you know, dates and names. That's not me.
Yeah, I got you on that.
So I don't remember. I do get the sense though that his report was before that, because I'm pretty sure the Sutton report and all that stuff was before. I think this was him just kind of following up on stuff and saying, I really better go down and look at the actual physical evidence. I think it was just part of his preparation for trial, honestly.
So when you guys interviewed Turvey, do you remember when he was, I think it was your guys' interview, when he said, he made a comment about, Ann Taylor, because wait, was it, he comes out and talks, then Ann Taylor releases what she does after he talked to you guys, right? Is that how, like, after he talked to you guys, is that when Ann Taylor wrote that like letter or whatever?
No, she wrote that before. That came out right after Chris Wickham's book was published.
Wait, what? I thought that she wrote. She didn't write that after. That wasn't dated after you guys did the interview.
No,
No.
her big complaint about him and basically saying he needs to shut up and all that stuff. That was in response to the book because Turvey was quoted in the book. I'm pretty sure. Don't. I can't remember anything coming from her after our interview with him.
So okay, so basically, doesn't he talk? Who? Okay, yeah, because you asked him then. You said, yeah, we can talk about what Ann Taylor said. It's on the table, and he says that you guys jumped right into it, and you're like, yep, let's rip off the Band-Aid. And
Yep.
doesn't he make a comment and say, well, she's the one that needs to be way more careful than I do?
He did. He did say that.
Yeah.
And
What was
I
that
think
about?
we're seeing why.
So how do you think that Brian Kober reached out to Turvey after, at any point, like up until now?
I don't think Brian reached out to Turvey. I do believe that he and members of his family are became aware. I think everybody became aware when the book came out, when Dr. Turvey started saying his stuff, and it would not shock me if that started raising questions in with him and his family.
Okay, so who do you think? Do you think that was given like any type of? You think anybody gave him advice on how to go about like what to write, or do you think that was all him by himself? Do you think that you know?
Well, what I do know is Ann Taylor certainly didn't.
Yeah. So like, what made him think that I could just hit up Mike Baker? Do you think that it had to do with they had some type of relationship because of like his sister, and you know, I'm just gonna put this guy on my list to call him and say, hey, it's Brian Kober, and he was just like, huh? Am I getting trolled?
I'm sure that there is some relationship. I know Mike Baker was on the case from the very beginning, and I'm sure many, many, many people have tried to reach out to him and his family and everything. And so I'm guessing that once he decided, okay, I'm going to file, somebody reached out and connected. Mike Baker was, New York Times, well-known reporter. Uh, that's a pretty obvious connection if he wanted to make a statement or something, or maybe they got wind of it and he finally relented and said, "Yeah, I want to talk." But it sounds like he and his group are going to go full bore on this.
When you say like he and his group, like what do Mike
His,
Baker?
his
His
no, not
no,
Mike
not
Baker, but him and probably his family and anybody that
anybody
they
that
may
they may
be
be.
consulting with. Anyone who's going through this stuff is going to have people that they trust, that they try to talk to. And
And
so I
so I
expect they probably got people that are helping them to some degree. um but I just think it's going to be really, really, really interesting to see what comes out over the next few weeks.
Well, yeah, because this would require, I mean, Brian testifying and Taylor potentially, like what the other two attorneys, and then whoever basically Brian Kober wants to have as witnesses. Would you say that would be? Like
I
if
would.
he's going to show a miscarriage of justice, or what that new standard with Hunter, if I mean, don't you think 16 expert reports as exhibits? I mean, these expert reports are out of this world.
Well, I think a lot of it depends on what he was told. And so I don't know who was involved in the discussions leading up to the plea deal. It sounds like, and I've heard people mention that his family may have been part of some of those discussions. If so, then you might have some witnesses there. I know Dr. Turvey was not, but Dr. Turvey certainly knows when certain evidence was discovered and when certain tests were requested, which did not were not done for no reason that he's aware of. So I would expect that Brian's going to want to call Dr. Turvey.
Oh, that's right. He's like, why aren't you testing this? Just because it doesn't match Brian's, who gives a fuck? Like, you need to see whose it is, right?
Exactly. Yeah. And
And
And that's
that's Dr. Turvey's mindset, because it could, if it came back as like somebody associated with Brian or Brian, though we already know it wasn't him, but it's someone associated with him or something else, then yeah, that could potentially hurt him. As an attorney, I would be looking at that and I got to weigh, okay, it could hurt me, it could give him the firing squad, or it could help exonerate him. Turvey is, I don't care what it's going to say. I want to know what it says, and I don't feel comfortable testifying unless I know what it is and whose hair it is. And that's a perfectly valid. That's one of the reasons why you get experts like him, because they will do everything they can to get the evidence and get the facts.
yeah, I
Uh,
mean,
when I was practicing as a civil lawyer, there were a number of times when we hired an expert to review a case, and the expert came back and said something we didn't like, and we're like, okay, well, thank you. We won't call you then.
yeah, because people don't realize that the defense can do whatever they want. They don't have to turn over any results, right? Because they just independently do it and see what happens, and then if it helps them, they put it forward. Or how would that work?
Yeah, we would do it as this these experts would be essentially a consultant to us, and a consultant who you don't call officially as an expert and present their reports and their testimony is attorney work product. And so, if someone gives you bad information, you just don't use them at trial. And so I think that's why Turvey is like, look, I need to know the facts. I need to know that. I don't like information that I don't know. And I really respect that in him, and that's what I would expect in any expert.
And then my other question I had for you was, okay, the leak. Isn't this leak? I mean, can't he use this leak? I mean, I don't care who leaked it. It was negative against him, so it doesn't matter. Like if it was the state or the defense, okay? However this happened, he was he's the one that is prejudiced by it. Like how, and did Ann Taylor ever say to him, do you think, like, and with this Dateline thing, and then this is coming out, if she was saying stuff like that, then if we don't have an answer of who the leak was, I mean, Ann, I mean, was it y'all? Like,
Yeah, we don't even know exactly what. Do we know exactly what was leaked? Because we
his
know.
entire phone, like, that's why, yeah, his entire phone, like the extraction.
Okay. Um. Yeah, I I don't know. It's curious that, because I do know Dr. Turvey was contacted in connection with the investigation of the leak. I don't know if it was as, oh, we're just contacting everybody to see if they know something, or why they would be looking at anybody on the defense side for that, because that seems to be something that would have benefited the prosecution. Ann was the one who wanted the gag order.
Well, the only reason I say that is because if if this happened for the purpose of, hey, did Anne do it? Because that's what they were trying to allude to, is that Anne was responsible and behind it because this is exactly what she wanted to have happen, was this plea deal. And I'm like, what? I'm like, dude, there's been a leak since day one. It's been in the prosecution. Like, I mean, it is what it is.
I don't know. Why that leak investigation is even continuing, or why it's dragged out this long. I don't know. I can't. I know that it's been opined that maybe Anne was behind it, but I can't imagine a scenario where that would work in her favor, unless she had something in mind that totally backfired on her. That I don't know. I don't
I
know
don't
that the
know that the
leak
leak
necessarily is
necessarily
going
is
to
going
have a big impact on this, because that's something that was known and out there and affected him long before the plea deal. This is going to be focused on what was he told in the discussions relating to the plea deal, and what information was withheld from him, because those seem to be the areas that he addressed in his petition, and those are really the areas that are the most likely that he would have a chance to get some relief here.
Okay, so let's play the last couple questions here. Let's play hypothetical. What do you think, in order for Brian to be granted relief here? What do you think What do you think he's going to have to, like? What meets that burden? You think, what makes that like a, if Brian says, Ann Taylor, he used the word threaten. He was threatened. So what do you think he was threatened with?
Death?
death.
I mean, the death penalty. That they've already got death hanging over him. I think if Ann Taylor or some member of the team lied to him about things like the strength of the prosecution's case, or the existence of exculpatory evidence, um, I think it would be difficult for a judge to not set that aside, because you got to go into the plea knowing everything. If he was lied to and coerced into lying to the court, that might be a big deal for the court. And if
If
Well, is it enough for him to just say that? Like, how does he prove that?
well, there, for instance, you could probably look at emails, because there's I don't know what the communications are,
Oh, you mean like with a tablet?
possibly, or somebody who is part of the discussions who say, yeah, this is, for instance, this is what we were told. And then you got experts over here saying, wait a minute, we have this evidence, we have this testing that needed to be done that she wouldn't do. If he's being told something different about all that, um, and it amounts to lies, that's going to be pretty material. I mean, there is a serious responsibility of trust between an attorney and a client, and we absolutely have a duty of candor to our clients. We cannot lie to them about their case, or anything that we know. We can't. That's a big deal. And so if he
if he
can
can
prove that
prove that
she
she
flat out lied to him to coerce him into this, that might be enough.
So I was thinking, if he was to say, like, listen, I've maintained my innocence this entire time. She's telling me that, I need to take this plea deal because she cannot, like, like, Brian, you're going to be found guilty, and that means you're facing the death penalty. But he's over here saying, well, I have all these appeals and we have all these ways out, right? And, and she's saying, well, I mean, yeah, but you're not going to be with me, Brian. You're going to be with an appellate attorney, and they're going to, just assign you to some Joe Schmo, and they're going to write a couple things. I mean, no one's going to do what we did here. You're not going to have these type of resources. No one's going to be able to save your life. I'm the only chance right now that you have to save your life. And if you were my son, I would be telling you to take this plea deal, because we've lost everything. We've lost every, and I mean, is that, and he's like, but I didn't do it. I didn't do this. Is that enough that you would have a conversation to be like, that's coercion? Or, I mean, like,
No, that sounds like persuasion.
Okay.
And should have the opinion of that. I think if she materially misrepresented the state of the evidence, or other things that were important to his decision on whether or not to take the plea agreement, then that's what you're looking at.
so if we're going to go for third party culpability, Ann Taylor, why the hell wouldn't you be testing hair?
I've been asking that question now since the book came out. I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous that there was even a question that they didn't ask for that to be tested. I mean, if you could go to the jury and say, look, here's this hair that fell to the bed frame from Ethan's hand. Looks like it was pulled out. This hair belongs to X, who is not Koberger and is not one of the victims. I mean, man, that would be devastating to the prosecution's case.
What about, like, if she didn't, like, interview certain people, like this, for the girl that Dylan saved the number in her phone at 3:51? Like, I mean, if he's being told, like, do you think he's gonna have like a list of stuff like, Ann told me that she did this. He can't go in there and be like, and now I've read this book, Broken Plea. And this book, you get what I'm trying to say? Like, and this book tells me that this, you know what I mean? Like, that's not going to, I just don't think that that's going to fly for you to be able to say this book. You're going to have to do, what, does it, will it happen where it's like, if he's assigned a lawyer, if, he gets assigned a lawyer, how much time do you think that him and this attorney will have together? That is he going to have to go out there and like interview these people and have them all fill out affidavits and stuff like that, and then testify like that?
Yeah, probably. I mean, he actually used the phrase broken plea in that. He got a lot of this from the book, but what the book gave him was things that Turvey said to Chris Whitcomb, which apparently were never relayed to Brian by Ann Taylor.
He could go like this: hey, I heard about this book, then I was like, I want to reach out. I mean, do you think there's information where Brian Kober tried to get in touch with Ann Taylor after the fact? I'd say, like, okay, so here's another hypothetical. You'd have to think this: Brian Kober sees this book. He probably read the book, right? He picks up the phone or writes an email to Ann Taylor and says, we need to talk. When's a good time for me and you to talk? Have you seen this Broken Plea book? Maybe he doesn't even say that, but they get on the phone and they talk. Or maybe he's smart enough where he gets it all in writing. But to say something like, Ann, what the hell happened here? Is this true? Is this false? Is this a bunch of shit? You know what I mean? And then what if Ann Taylor then lies to him then and says, dude, that book, and that's why Ann Taylor released. Why did Ann Taylor write what she wrote? And do you think that it was actually for Brian Koberger? Like, because she's over here, this is how I would look at it. It's like, you don't think Brian Koberger is going to call Ann Taylor and be like, what the fuck? And then immediately when this book comes out, what does Ann Taylor do? She releases the statement, right? And now looking back at it, do you think that she released that statement because of Brian Kohlberger and having to? Do you think that she lied to him after the fact? Like, even after this book, do you think that they would have talked? I think that they would have talked.
Well, something certainly got her angry at Dr. Turvey and got her wanting to discredit him. I mean, I've never seen an attorney go after their own expert witness that hard. And so, yeah, I think you're onto something there, and I think that uh, some form of what you just described may be what happened, and that would explain certainly why Ann Taylor was so aggressive in trying to discredit Dr. Turvey.
Yeah, which I mean, and that's where, and I think that double down could actually be fucking devastating for Ann Taylor, and just that actually could win. That would actually her. She's basically double downing, right? If that's what it would be, she's double downing, and Brian Kober then has proof of the double down. Holy shit! I mean, I think that that's pretty compelling. Then,
Yeah, I think so too. So, man,
okay.
this has just been so exciting because this this is why Kristen and Sam brought me onto the custody queens.
Okay, tell me why? Because of this part?
Yeah, because because the plea happened, and they wanted to understand what the post judgment options were and appeals. So that was one of the first things I did as I was familiarizing myself with this was to study up the on what his potential post judgment options were, and from very out we've been talking about this PCR for months and months and months now, as his probably his most likely method of getting some sort of relief here. So it's like this is now this is all blown up on the whole reason why I'm on the custody queens.
And what do you think about? I mean, everybody in mainstream media likes to go like this. They want to like, oh, he's mad that he's not staying at the Ritz. Well, no, he's he's over here like, dude, Ann Taylor was on all fours, basically blowing me, saying, Brian, we're going to get you this. You're going to be able to have a job. You're going to have this. You're going to have this. Da, 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 da. Like, trust me, we're going to get you all this. Is going to be a cakewalk. And da, da, da. Everything that you're doing out here, you're going to be able to do in there.
Brian's best case scenario with this petition is facing trial and the death penalty.
And that's what he wants.
That's what he's looking for. If he was guilty, why would he do this?
Why aren't people why aren't people putting any stock into what the fuck he is saying? Because it actually aligns with what was going on for 3 years, and then all of a sudden, like, what happened does not line with anything that's taken place. And now what he's saying actually is like, that's the why that took place. And it's like, threatened with what? Like, I can only imagine, like, I mean, are we gonna hear some like crazy ass, like, I mean,
I don't. Consider this. All the mainstream media people were shocked by this.
they're crying
Us and you and Bertie and all the others, we've been talking about this for months.
for a year.
All the mainstream people who are commenting now on this, they had no idea that this was out there. They thought it was done. We're the ones, apparently, that are looking at this most realistically and seeing that what we're seeing coming out of this case and out of the FOIA requests and all the discussions and the experts, that it's all pointing to Brian got railroaded into that plea. And we're the only ones that are not surprised by this filing. What does that tell you?
You know what? There's a reason now that mainstream media did not go out and get any and put any money behind buying out all of the shit. Let's just say that.
Mm-hmm.
Now I know why mainstream media didn't buy any, to get all this shit released. Because it doesn't help the state. It helps Brian Koberger, and they can sit here and say whatever the fuck they want. I have the proof. We have the documents. We go through them. 16 expert witnesses literally have the back of not one, not four, 16 expert witness reports from fucking amazing people, okay?
Yeah.
It's like these people, and they're using the evidence that they say that the state has. We're using your own evidence, we're using your reports, we're doing things off of what you have, and you guys have shit except for what appears to be a planted sheath.
Yeah, and we don't even know. They say that his DNA matched the sheath. I know that they've said now that they took a buccal swab from him and they've now matched it directly. Uh, do we take their word for it? I don't think I've seen that report. Have you seen that report?
Fuck their word, Ron. I'm with you.
Yeah, I'm going to make a prediction. That DNA evidence, that DNA match is going to fall apart somehow.
That'll be interesting. So everyone's saying this is like such a hard, like this is like he's going up against like horrible odds, right? And I'm over here thinking, well, if he says what he says happened, I think it's a shoo-in. That's me, because I'm just you're like this can't happen. You cannot not tell your client that there's untested hair in a fucking victim's hand. You can't do all these things and then tell the freaking judge that you haven't gone through all the discovery, and then 2 weeks later get your client to lie, and then you lie and say you went through everything. And yep, great. Let's get this on the road.
Yeah, and you know what's funny? To me, the hair in Brian's hand isn't the big one. It's the two clumps of hair that were in Maddie's bed.
Which I'm still over here asking, because I think we asked. There's a couple people that I thought we asked, and it's like, where is that? Because nobody seems to. Everyone's like, huh? What? Like, so that's like legit.
Here's what I'll say. I know for 100% certainty that there are photos of clumps of hair, and one of them absolutely shows what would appear to be skin ripped out at the roots with it.
Wait, you've seen this?
I know with 100% certainty. That's
Okay.
all I'm gonna say.
Can I have your 100% certainty? How do I get that?
I will also say with 100% certainty, I do not have any such photos in my possession.
Okay. See, like, that's the type of stuff that I want to see blasted as an exhibit. You know what I mean? Like, look at this. Okay.
It's something that certainly would be available to Brian as an exhibit. And
so
those hairs do not match Brian either.
And nobody told Brian Kober about this.
I don't know about that because he didn't mention he mentioned the hair in Ethan's hand, but I think I don't even know. I don't even know where those clumps of hair are reported anywhere in any of the reports. So I can't say what he would have. I can't say what he would have known of those, and if that's it. Certainly the hair in Ethan's hand, and the fact that it was in his hand and it's there in the bed in a whole bunch of blood, that definitely suggests that it came from the assailant.
Well, I think what the most compelling evidence is that the victims upstairs, their blood is not mixed in any way, shape, or form with the victims downstairs in Xana's room. And if it's consecutive killings in that amount of short of time, no changing of gloves, weapon, clothing, for you to kill 2 people upstairs and then go immediately to kill 2 more people in the downstairs room, and you not swab and be able to show that there is no mixture of blood between the upstairs and downstairs people in any room, anywhere, but most importantly, like, come on, like, you can't find it in that bedroom. That tells me that these killings, there was, if you're going to go even just with the one person, that person had to completely have changed and gotten out of, I mean, at least like the gloves, the clothes, the weapon, even the weapon. I mean, how would you not have any transfer of the blood so that you would have 3 mixtures, 4 mixtures? There is none.
Yeah.
I asked
that
that question,
and he kind of blew it off. He said, "There's so much blood in Xana's room that there's no way and no reason for them to swab all of it, and it very well could be there mixed in, but the swabs that they did take, it just happened to not be on it."
Why wouldn't you swab the clothing where the wound is? All around that. Why wouldn't you be swabbing the clothing? Why wouldn't you be? I mean, it wouldn't. Isn't that what you would do?
Yep. I would also tested all the DNA that came from under the fingernails of all the victims. There's a lot of things that I, as an amateur CSI investigator, would have done that apparently wasn't done by these professionals.
Yeah, and I mean, hello. If I was running that crime scene, we're staying in this room and swabbing until we find a mixture. We're not done until we can prove because that's our theory of the case, right? Like your theory falls immediately when you get up one of your CSIs that are going to get up there and talk about the DNA and talk about everything that, so you don't have any mixtures. And it's just like,
that's really the biggest mystery to me about this is how do you have all the blood upstairs is Kaylee and Maddie's, all the blood downstairs is Ethan's and Xana's, and yet there's barely anything in between.
Except for those fucking chips.
Yeah.
Let me eat them potato chips. It's crazy. I mean, it's just.
And the fact that Xana, in fighting with the assailant in her room, which I do believe the evidence is that that's where that happened, or at least a lot of it. She has blood all over the bottom of her feet, but Ray said it's possible that the assailant didn't step on the places where the blood was, but yet supposedly grappling with Xana, who has the blood all over her feet, and then the assailant didn't track it out. That's a fantasy to me.
Wait, did you read Ruth Ballard's report? Did I ever tell you about that? That she found. Here, I found Brent Turvey's for you. But Ruth Ballard, right here. I just have to read you this last part, and you're gonna fall over. Ready? She found that right here. She said the jacket, you know, the pink one or whatever. Did you know that there was a shoe print on the back of the jacket?
Yeah, I think I'd heard that.
So place that on the floor of Dylan's room.
Yep. So that was found. The jacket was found in Dylan's room.
No, I'm saying that if you know how there's just that one, yeah. So I was like, well, if that jacket was actually on the floor in Dylan's room, there would actually be 2 steps then next to each other, 2 feet, the 2 shoe prints.
Yeah.
And that's why there was only one. Could that be a possibility? And then they went and they took that jacket and threw it in the other room and put it in that thing, in the bin.
Yeah. I don't remember seeing a lot of any reports of what I guess investigation was done in Dylan's room. I know I saw the pictures and stuff that she drew, but I don't know what I mean. Did they do a lot of swabbing and stuff in Dylan's room?
They didn't swab anything in Dylan's room.
That is curious.
Do you think that there's at all a chance that Hoodie Guy and Bethany were hooking up?
I don't know. You know what? I'm 58 years old. Yeah, I don't look at these college kids and wonder who's hooking up with who.
Do we know what kind of car Kai Davis drives?
No. I've been told by someone or read somewhere that 2 of the persons of interest had white Elantras or something similar to white Elantras, but I don't think that's true. Why haven't we seen any sort of an inventory of what cars all of these people that they interviewed and all the people who lived around there had?
Motherfucking men. Like, we had... Do you know how many tips came in about the white Elantra? That's why I stopped my request, like, right before that. Because I knew that it would just, like, drown out the tip line. I was like... Well, we know that Jack Katovich had a white Elantra. Like... And he was supposedly driving people around that night. I can't even find a fucking interview with Molly Gray, who sent a Venmo at 3:33. For money. I can't find Jack Katovich, who got Venmo'd from Ethan. I mean, where are these people's interviews?
Yeah, I know. It's just nuts.
And then what'd you think of Yessie's interview? Were you not just like, oh my God, what the fuck?
Okay, I think I started listening to Yesie's, but there was some buzzing or something that got me so annoyed. we switched to something else.
Oh yeah, if you go past like the first like 20 or 30 minutes, it gets better. Which the first 20 or 30 minutes sucks anyways. But she basically says that Dylan wasn't feeling it, but like she was just like out of it, and she just like she didn't basically go to like the Kennedy house. Wild type of shit. But I mean...
Oh, I did hear that. She said Dylan didn't drink.
Yeah, and that Bethany wasn't either, and that Bethany went to that Kennedy's house for like 10 minutes, but that Dylan wasn't even there. And then she was like, Dylan saw the masked man killed Ethan. What?
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
And that the cops gave them 6 hotel rooms. What?
Oh jeez. Yeah, Dylan and Bethany really got treated with really kid gloves after this, and I can understand why they would, but what I can't understand is why they didn't question them more.
For like relevant, even like if you're gonna like, they're fine, they're witnesses, but you had a lot more questions to be asking them. 100%, 1000%. Like, you have all this shit scattered around your house. Why wouldn't you, be asking them, hey, whose stuff is this stuff in like the living room? Who's, like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it just doesn't make it. The fact that Dylan came face to face with the alleged killer, and 4 people were killed in that house, and the killer just says, "Oh, see you, bye," and takes off. No.
Exactly. But meanwhile, they said that, Xana ran into him, and that's why, she was dead. How about asking, who was drinking these the alcoholic beverages around here, like the Keystone, you're eating chips. There's chips here. There's what was the other thing I wanted to say about that? The macaroni and cheese. Like, I mean, wouldn't you try to get to the bottom of like, oh, and then none of the girls knew that there was a DoorDash, even though Xana made the DoorDash order at 2:15. This 2 minutes after they get a text from Eric, you didn't know that your roommate ordered DoorDash. Like, you guys would want to get on the food. You guys were all hungry. Give me a break.
Yeah. So much that just doesn't make sense and points to something else going on there other than Brian Koberger. I mean, just imagine if they were able to keep the sheath out or discredit the DNA from the sheath. They got nothing on Koberger.
There's nothing.
I mean, absolutely not. They can't even say that the car was his. The closest they can come is it's consistent with his.
But it's also, I mean, it's been claimed by the undercover cops. It's so bad. Because I think they wanted Jack Showalter and Jack Decor, either one of them, so bad that they're over here like, hey, like, whose white cars is? Oh, that's us. That was us. We're making swoops and loops. Okay, well, write up a report because, that's how I think it went down. And it's like, then you go back on SV1 or then you're like, oh, hey, yeah, we kind of need that car now. Why? Well, we kind of need that car. It really wasn't yours to begin with, was it? Like, can you look at these idiots?
I know that it's just there's a lot going on there, and there are some other suspicious deaths in the past, which I know you know about there and have been discussed. There's so much going on, and somehow this gets pinned on Koberger, a grad student at Washington State that seems to have never been anywhere near the house.
Yeah, or that. How about the cahoons that you think you have? That hey, we're like, hey, even if you were given this as a tip, okay, here, start investigating Colbert because we have a name, and then you start going down your list, and everything's just like not comporting. Like, it's just like, dude, he isn't in the geofence. He's you just go through the list, and you're like, well, let's go ahead and. Well, he got a speeding. Oh, he didn't get a speeding ticket. He was over here. He signed. Okay, we have his number now because he got like a seatbelt ticket, or he really didn't. He's a PhD student in criminology. Okay, he came from Pennsylvania. Okay, he's only been here for 3 months. He doesn't know the layout of this house. I mean, how could he? I mean, I guess if. But so you start doing all of this stuff, and then you're like, oh God, he has a Reddit post, and oh my God, he wants to know how people are thinking about. And then you're like, well, that's what he's studying. Oh my God, what are the odds that a criminology student, PhD, this is exactly who we're talking about. We're talking about someone that came in there methodically, was able to do all of this. And so you're like, okay. And then you're like, but we're not going to do this. But why didn't we just go and try to interview him to begin with? Ask him if he would just turn over his DNA. Ask him if he would do this. Ask him like you did everybody else. And then the biggest thing is, well, when we get to his car, oh, wow. But everything was strikeout. The only thing that I feel like you landed on would be the fact that you could say that his phone pinged at 4:48 out in Blaine. Okay? And then y'all were like, we have to figure out a way that we can lie because we have his we have his DNA. But it's like you have no idea if you have his DNA. Right? I mean, like when you did, I mean, because technically it could be a couple other people with the way that you do IgG, right? But yet no other people in the family line were being sought after. Like I was just told that's not how you do it.
That whole IgG stuff really confuses me. I would have to sit down and have an expert explain it to me. But because I know this is a question I asked, and I know I asked Cy this, and he confirmed, and then I've seen it confirmed that they did after the fact take the DNA that they, or at least the report of the DNA that they got from the sheath, and compared that to the DNA from the buckle swab from Brian, and they claim that that matches with a 1 in 5 quintillion or something. I don't even know. I suspect that even those numbers can be manipulated in some way to make it seem a closer match than it really is.
Yeah,
So
especially for Italian.
it wouldn't surprise me if even that ultimately um, falls apart, because to me that's the only uh, that's the only difficult, I mean, close to difficult fact from Brian's perspective. And even that could be explained that the touch DNA came, it was touch DNA that came from somewhere else, or that there's times when the where the sheath was is unexplained. And was it found on the floor? Was it placed on the bed? And why? And I don't know. Was it you that was questioning whether Brian was actually hired in some manner by the Moscow Police Department?
Yeah, actually, what I was questioning is I know how they work, when you're working with CIs, like there's no paper trail on these people, and so I was wondering if he came across people in the Pullman Police Department or WSU, and in some capacity here, even Moscow, in some capacity was like explained his background to somebody in terms of like that he used to be, involved with drugs, and but he cleaned himself up and now he's doing this, and he's like, hey, if you guys ever need anybody, and maybe he just bullshitted and said that he did stuff back in Pennsylvania, who the fuck knows. But if it was a way that he would get in to be like, hey, I'll do some buys for you guys, you know what I mean? Like, and that's always been on my mind. It was like, did Brian Kober somehow get in this undercover or plainclothes operation, same thing that they're doing at Pullman, because that's what it seems like it surrounds to me, is that this plainclothes shit that they were doing that night, and how Dylan mentions then in one of her things about going out the door, and yeah, I saw something about a copy and right there. I mean, it's just, dude, this is insanity. Like, they're lying. Why are you guys lying? Why is MPD lying about the stupidest shit that you shouldn't be lying about? Hiding the hours you're working, where you're working, how many people are working, what cars you're in, Jacob Tisdall, to write up a report and say that you made a loop and that you saw people walking into that home. You never fucking made a loop anywhere near there, because nobody was making loops unless you're that car, and it's way later, because at the time frame that you even think that you did it, there's nobody doing it then, and there's nobody doing it like an hour or two before that. It's crazy, Ron. It's like you don't have a memory of this, so you're completely making this up. And I would like to know why, unless you're going to be the white car.
Yeah, there's just so many holes in the story, and there are coincidences there, and coincidences happen, and that's how people get wrongfully convicted. I mean, Brian is, if Brian was wrongfully, didn't really do it, and was coerced into the plea, he's not the first person this has happened to. I mean, and that's the thing. But there's so many, but how did they get it? Did they really have his DNA? Was it is it a match, or did they fudge the numbers? If it is a match, where did they get it? Did somebody happen to have some contact with him? That knife sheath is just really, really curious,
Yeah,
and
it is.
I don't. I mean, if someone is going to be careful enough to be able to do those murders so efficiently, are they gonna carry a knife just in their hand, loose in the sheath? I mean, you're gonna put the sheath on your belt. I
Right.
mean, oops, I left the sheath. I left zero evidence of me, and you can't trace any part of me, but my sheath that should have been on my belt.
And then if that's the case, like, the item that she should have seen, that Dylan should have seen, was an exposed fucking 7-inch. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Not some vacuum.
Yeah. Yeah, they still the vacuum makes me laugh.
Well, I think she's giving herself away there. Like she's given herself away a couple different times, and she's talking about a vacuum because she knows that there was a cleanup.
Yeah.
A mini fucking
Yeah.
vacuum. What the fuck are you talking about? A mini vacuum? Like, give me a fucking break. How do you even think about something like that? How about this, Dylan? You say that you were with a guy named Gideon, and you say that you were with a girl. And now Gideon, there's an FBI agent that's named Gideon, but and you say you're with a girl named Claire. Ron, where are these interviews of the people that the surviving roommates were with? Come on.
Well, they're not anywhere that Brian can get a hold of them.
I can't find them for the life of me. And you're going to sit here and tell me that everybody that was relevant in this case, the FBI, leave that for the FBI.
Yeah. Oh man. There's just
I appreciate your time. It's late. Dude, I could talk about this shit forever, but because there needs to be a trial. It's just period.
I think the trial is gonna. You know what's gonna be really interesting is it, if Brian can get over this hurdle, that trial is gonna be nuts. And then what happens after that trial? Because I really can't envision a new trial or a trial ending in a conviction for him if everything's on the up and up with the jury and everything, because they don't have the evidence, and there's way too much doubt. So what'll happen then after? Are they really going to look for who really did this, or are they going to be out chasing the real killers on the golf courses like OJ did the rest of his life?
I'm already putting money on it. Brian Kober is going to be represented by Jill Bolton in this for this hearing.
Is he the guy in Pennsylvania?
Oh no, Jill Bolton is a female attorney out of the Coeur d'Alene area, and she used to be a federal prosecutor. She's really good, and she I know that she has no problem taking on the cops. That was the lawyer that they used in the Dateline, who commented on, and it was like pro defense, like you guys should wonder why they didn't go get search warrants for that, the IGG, because there was no probable cause. Like she was, but I think that's your best lawyer in that area, who's not afraid to take on the cops.
Well, I think he's going to have to be drawing. It sounds like from the public defender's office, um, and they do have appellate attorneys, so I expect it'll be one of them. But like Ann did, they can then associate in. So maybe through an association like that. But then somebody's got to pay for it, and who controls that? The judge. I think it's the judge. Somebody with the city.
So you're saying that that this person doesn't have to be like death penalty qualified or anything like that?
I don't know. I mean, for what he's doing right now, it needs to be an appellate, someone who is experienced in post conviction relief like this, and it appears to me that that's generally going to be appellate attorneys. They deal with appeals or the other ways to challenge the judgment, and that's because ineffective assistance of counsel is such a common ground for that. And so it's not going to be the trial counsel; it's going to be the appellate counsel. So there will be someone. He's asked for appointment of a public defender, and so they'll do that.
If he gets Dana Bose, I'm gonna cry. If he gets this name right here, he doesn't have a fucking chance in hell. Now, do you think that there's a chance that he, like, is anybody out there you think that would be like, come on, Pro Hack Vice, and represent him?
Pro Hack Beach. I don't know. Um, it, and Idaho law is probably such a specialty. You see people come in pro hac vice on like class action type stuff and federal type stuff and stuff that is dealing with those laws. It's going to be somebody who is experienced specifically in Idaho law, because there's going to be uh, um, issues relating to what the burden is and what the court, what he can and can't present, what the court can and can't do. You're going to want someone who's an expert in Idaho law specifically to do that. Now, they could potentially retain outside counsel for various purposes, such as, maybe helping with documents, analyzing all the documents and stuff that the defense had, because they're going to have a lot of documents that they're probably going to want to look through. That's why I think it's going to be critical to have Dr. Turvey, because he knows those documents as well as just about anybody, other than apparently Ann Taylor.
Ann Taylor, what do you think's going through her mind right now? You think she's like, fuck shit, like, or do you think she's just like, this little lying bastard, I fucking saved his life, and this ungrateful fuck?
Probably, I'm sure that that if she did something that was inappropriate, that somehow it is rationalized in her mind, and that she's going to be angry at Brian. But Brian definitely threw down the gauntlet with that petition and that filing. He is very clearly pointing the finger at her.
I mean, I think he just ripped out fucking Ann Taylor's throat and stuck his fucking whole damn, you know what.
Yeah.
I think that, when Cy Ray said there was a plan coming, I don't think Ann Taylor thought this was the plan, right?
No, that was really curious what Cy said.
Do you think there's at all a way that Anne is actually going to be part of it too and say that she was threatened too?
Well, that would be a fun story.
I mean, Anne's like, dude, I was threatened. You don't understand. I'm getting death threats. Da, da, da. And yes, and I told fucking him to do all this stuff because this is what was happening. And yeah, that's why I fucking did it. So we're all being threatened here.
You know what? If that isn't the case, let's sit down and write the screenplay.
There you go. See, there you go. So you think that's like that not happening? This is like a.
I think it points to Anne is very angry at the stuff that came out in Broken Plea. And to be honest, what Brian filed kind of clarifies that. I think it's clearer now that there's stuff that Turvey told her that she never told Brian, and I think that's why she's so angry, was so angry at Turvey. So this actually, to me, sheds some light on why she was so angry at Turvey, because we were all asking the question that came out of the blue. Why is she ripping on him? Why is she discrediting him? Well, it appears now because Turvey told her stuff that she didn't tell Brian, and she didn't want Brian to know.
And then that's why I was trying to understand why the fuck Cy Ray is so irate that fucking they're on your channel. He's telling the truth. You know what I mean? He's saying what he fucking knows. And Cy Ray is like, I mean, this guy Turvey is just full of shit, and this is not acceptable, and I need to fucking correct the record here. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, I don't want to talk about any of that shit. I want to talk about your fucking report.
That's very curious to me too. I think some of it is his law enforcement leaning, and he made some statements in his book that suggest he felt a need to kind of repair his relationship with law enforcement after the things that he said in his report. So I think it's a part of that, and that's fair, because that's where his life is on the side of the law enforcement. I wish that they didn't have to be sides. I wish law enforcement was always working for us, but we don't live in utopia.
Right, I got you on that. Well, thank you so much, Ron. I feel like I just hijacked you and made you come over here.
No, that's fine. No, I like it. This has been fun, and
I love shooting the shit.
some others. I'll definitely be back, and we'll have to have you over on Custody Queens. Um, it's just
It's
hard
just
to
hard to
schedule
schedule
because
because
we,
we,
Kristen and
Kristen and
Sam can't
Sam
do a
can't
whole
do a whole
lot in the
lot in the
evenings,
evenings,
and
and
we're
we're
full
full
time
time
working
working
attorneys,
attorneys,
and
and
so
so
sometimes it's
sometimes it's
last
last
minute when we
minute when
can
we
come
can come
live and do
live and do
something.
something.
Yeah,
But we
absolutely.
want to have you. I know Kristen just thinks the world of you, and we all do. And this has been fun. I've enjoyed this. I'll do this with you.
Okay,
I,
awesome.
I would
Well,
say
I'll love to come over.
anytime, but there's times I can't do it. But yeah, I'll come back.
Good, good. We will definitely. I would love to do a time like a good little timeline slash the basically the biggest like I think we're gonna get a lot of stuff here in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
We're this is yeah. Our little community here is going to be rejuvenated because there's going to be a lot happening and a lot coming out.
Yes, rejuvenation. I'm naming this live rejuvenation. I love it, Ron. Rejuvenation with Ron.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, Ron. I freaking love you guys. Thank you so much for coming up here, and we will do this again really soon.
Okay, and I just got to let you know, I think my wife is downstairs listening to this on the TV down there right now. She's a huge fan of you too.
Let's
So,
tell her yay.
yep. So no, we listen to. I don't have the time to listen to all of your. You're so long sometimes, but
But
I
I
tune in
tune
here
in
and
here
there
and
when I
there when I
can.
can.
That's why I told somebody they need to make a clip channel of Lana and just all my little like best moments. Here's 15 minutes. This is all you need.
Yep. But no, we really appreciate what you do, and I know that the a lot of the stuff that we talk about has come through you, and so we appreciate that so much, and we're all part of this big fun community. We're going to ride this out, and most of all, hope that justice is done, and hope that we can play some part in bringing that about.
Yeah, amen. Just due process, man. This you
Hmm.
cannot say that this has been due process. Like this has been a shit show. This is not due process for me.
Yeah.
Like somebody was claiming to be innocent this entire time. Nobody even gave him that opportunity. And I'm not saying that he is or he isn't and whatever, but that's where we live. We live in the United States of America, man. What the fuck's going on?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
All right, Ron, we'll see you.
All right.
I'll text you.
All right.
All right.
Okay,
Sounds
buddy.
Sounds good.
All right.
Thanks.
Bye.
Oh, what a phenomenal dude, man. Rejuvenation with Ron, dude. Fucking phenomenal human right there. Good ass dude. He's always putting in the work too. When they ever do interviews, it's like Ron's right there, and I'm like, oh man, he's about to come with a stealth little question here, and he just like, it's like, oh boom. He's a good listener. Like he listens, and so that's like the best of lawyers actually listen. And he listens, and he's really strong with follow-ups. I think, like I said, I think Sam did a great job with follow-ups on the night with Cyree. So I can't say enough about. I think Ron's right. Like the little community that we had over here that was going out and getting all the the public requests, and we all had questions. They didn't go away, and I just keep laughing because I keep saying to myself, what do these people think? Like this case is not going anywhere anytime soon. So why don't y'all fucking do it right? So let's see. I'll kick him from studio. He probably doesn't know how to do that. There you go, Ron. Took care of it. You guys rock. I had no intentions of being on for 4 hours and 14 minutes. It's fucking 2:30 in the morning. Over here on the East Coast, representing. I really just wanted to bring these bombshells about this silver fucking Elantra. It died. I said, oh my God. And it has drugs in it. These bad people. It's fucking got marijuana, stupid shit, and like, but the vehicle was a silver 2013 Hyundai Elantra. And guess what? They were originally saying that this was a silver or white. And then all of a sudden it moved to being white. But it was always, this vehicle was always a silver or white, a light. They were even considering bronze for a minute. So, all right, chat. You guys good? Any last questions? Oh, I wanted to do a live about the Nolan audio. What a shit show that is. William, we appreciate you. Thank you, moderators. I've been here for the whole time. Doesn't it just fly by some days? I know like 1,100 people have been here pretty much the whole time. I'm in my see, I told you era. Yeah, I'm in my I don't give a fuck era. Been in this era for fucking 25 years. It never gets old. What's up? What's up, buddy? What's up? Ron is a real deal. Ron's good peeps. Kristen, Sam. I love texting with Kristen. I'll be like, did you see that shit? Did you see that shit? Hey, check this out. What is this fucking shit? I'm like, oh, hey, are you in a depot? I was like, how many people are getting divorced today? How heavy is the schedule? Yeah. Let's see. Oh, by the way, I offered Ashley Banfield to come on the channel. Did I tell you guys that? I told her we could blow the algorithm right out of the water. You, Lana State roasting MPD. Oh, hell yeah. That ain't ever. ISP, MPD. Yep, everything Idaho. They suck. They suck. They're bad. The switcheroo on timeline the MPD did. Yeah. So I invited Ashley Banfield to come on so we could blow the algorithm out of the water. I told her that she can say any cuss word she wants over here. Ass wipe. So I kept saying it's a bright silver Elantra. That's what, Christy, you keep living in your era of I told you so as well. Everybody. Dude, just the crash of mainstream media. Woo-wee, is bad. Oh, how about this? The guy that ended up interviewing Christy, what the fuck was he talking about? You know what? I need to play that to end the live. I was like, what is this man talking about? He's talking about Brian Kober going in the driveway multiple times at the victims' homes. I'm like, what? Don't even know what he's. Let me see this one. One day ago. It's the guy that comes on and interviews Christy. Okay, here we go.
I'm sure this is got to be very devastating to you. What's your reaction to that?
I mean, it's not the best news by any means.
Okay, so this is how he opens it. And listen to this sentence.
Accepting the deal, now wants to withdraw his guilty plea. Joining us now to react to the shocking news, the mother of Kelly Concavit and one of Brian Kober's victims, Christy Concavit, is with us. First of all, my deepest, most profound sympathy. He pled guilty. I saw the evidence in that case. We saw the many times that he pulled into that driveway.
I didn't mean for it to echo. Sorry. Hold on. What the fuck? One more time on that sentence.
Most profound sympathy. He pled guilty. I saw the evidence in that case. We saw the many times that he pulled into that driveway. We know that he was down that block all that time. I'm sure this is got to be very devastating to you. What's your...
I saw that evidence. What? I saw him pull into that driveway so many times. What? The fuck are you talking about? I saw him just sitting out there. What? I mean, I'm embarrassed for these people. You have the victim's mother on there, and you're literally saying things to her that are just the wildest shit. The wildest shit. Like, can these people just respect them enough to know what the fuck they're talking about? His name's Sean. Who, like I said, who is this fucking... who is this fucking guy? Okay? He's absolutely off of his rocker. This man... he is Trump's brother. He's fucking crazy. Okay? I just don't have any words for what he just said, that he's gone through the evidence. And I'm just like, what? And then he says this.
Pled guilty. I saw the evidence in that case.
You saw the evidence in that case? Can you share it? Because it's just never been shown.
We saw the many times that he pulled into that driveway.
When did he pull into that driveway? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, man? Dude, clip this shit. Fucking blast it. This man needs he needs rejuvenation. You need vaginal rejuvenation, Sean, okay? Peace out, guys. Crazy. Until next time.